Hello, Dolly. Hello, Annie. Thank you. Thank you for the. Hey, thank you for the. Hello, Tony. Good night, good afternoon. How's everyone going? No, you're not late. I just started. Like, to be honest with you, I kind of fell asleep. So, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, yeah, we are just starting. Um, I don't know. The thing that I want to watch, I wanted to do a long stream, like maybe 3 to 4 hours. So what I figure is that we're gonna watch Darrell Brooks' Defense, because that always cheers me up, because it's so nothing that is laughable. So let's go to that. Do you guys want to see what I got for my birthday? Lady Jester gave me something. I'll put the video, and then I'll show you guys. What was I gonna watch? Okay, so in the timeline, his defense starts around here. Okay, I'm gonna start here.
Appearances are as they have been.
Right, how is the volume for everyone?
Mr. Brooks, I presume you're ready for your opening statement?
Just 1 second.
I'll be back. I'm gonna show you.
And for the record, I don't consent to that name, Your Honor.
I intend to have the jury brought out. I presume you're ready to go?
Having a slight issue finding certain...
Can you sit up, because I'm not hearing you very well, so that the microphone picks you up, please?
I'm having a slight issue locating some of the files that I need. That's what I was trying to say.
All right, we'll take a moment. You can tell me when you locate them.
Okay.
Hello, Miss Santana. He's not telling stuff yet? Okay, look at this. You guys can see it. I got this mocha coffee maker. Hello, Nancy, thank you. Which is really nice. I can't wait to start using it. And I also got this Lego Fast and Furious car, which I wanted. Like this is what I got so far. Just like the backside. Yeah, she was nice enough to get me that, so I'm really happy about it. Yes, my birthday it's on the 19th, but tomorrow I'm gonna be out with family, and on the 19th I'm gonna be with I'm gonna go out, so I'm not gonna be able to stream. So I figured, why not make a stream on a Saturday afternoon? Come on, Brooks, you can do it. You can do it. I'm gonna move on. Okay.
Would like to bring the jury out for
There you go.
your opening statement. I presume you're going to give one.
I am.
Okay. Then
Yeah.
I'll have the jury brought out, okay?
Subject matter jurisdiction.
My prior written decision stands. I will not be addressing that further. Your objection is noted, and I will be continuing with the trial.
Is it verified proof for the record?
Sir, I don't believe I need to do that, or that the state needs to do that as well. I believe your statement about that is a misstatement of the law,
It is.
and I do not intend to pursue that further.
Can you show me lawful law that says that?
I
No.
gave you a written decision. I have done that.
Can you show me lawful law that verifies that
Sir,
for the record?
I gave you a written decision. You
that
can,
I accepted for value in return for
and
value.
that's
because
how I'm going to answer that.
it
So
was
let's
not verified proof. We still aren't.
Sir, there is no requirement in the law that the state or the court establish that. So your
Actually,
objection
there
is
is.
noted.
Actually, there is, Your Honor. Subject matter jurisdiction has
Sir,
to
please.
be proven for the record. Has
It
to
does
be
not.
proven. Has to be proven. You know that just
Imagine.
as well as
Mr. Brooks,
you know that.
Hello, Rendell. Happy birthday to you. As you told me in the comments, I believe that is your birthday today. So happy birthday to you as well.
please do not make statements that mischaracterize the law
You know it has to be proven
or that
for the
impugn the
record.
integrity of this
You
court
know it has to be proven
and the
on the
proceedings
record.
here.
You know
The
it
jury
has
is
to be proven.
advised to disregard the statements that Mr. Brooks is making regarding subject matter jurisdiction. They are not evidence, and you are to disregard them.
You're not presented as evidence. Just has yet to be proven for the record.
The jury will disregard the incorrect statement.
Yeah, the fact that he's in jail for over 1,000 years, and no, I don't know, just the fact that he is showing up at court every day, that means there is jurisdiction.
Statements of the law that Mr. Brooks is stating.
Where's lawful law that is incorrect?
Mr. Brooks, please. I am going to read one instruction. The defendant will now make an opening statement. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the defendant an opportunity to tell you what he expects the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. With that, go ahead, sir.
Obviously, I don't have any rehearsed or well prepared speech, so I'm just
And I call BS on that. He has like a what do you call it? He has an agenda. He has a prepared speech. He definitely does.
gonna speak from the heart.
Hello, Carl.
I would just like to first say that I want to bring to remembrance something I think everyone in this room has been
Bring to remembrance, by the way.
taught pretty much as far back as we can remember, is that there's always two sides to every story. And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story. I've sat back and watched from countless narratives that's been put out there, the way this incident has been portrayed at times.
Oh, thank you, Carl. I'm glad that you like it. I enjoy making videos. It's hard sometimes because I have a lot of work, and then I just get home and I just crash and sleep. But I enjoy making videos for you guys.
Finally, everyone getting a chance to get the full story.
All right.
You won't hear me try to argue facts. The fact is that this incident was tragic,
It was.
very tragic. that's not lost on me. There's still a lot of people.
Hello, Rice Pat. No, I cut my hair like 2 weeks ago. But thank you for noticing. Hello, Amanda.
Healing. A lot of families healing. On both sides. What I'm confident that the evidence will show. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional.
A little emotional.
But I'm confident that the evidence will show is that this incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional. And this incident was never even thought about.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you didn't do it. I mean, that's the difference. Like, he believes that because he didn't plan it, that he didn't put it on paper, that I don't know, all of that. He believes that because that didn't happen, that he's basically not guilty. Hello to Flagra. Hello. Good afternoon. How's it going? Thank you.
It's easy to I'm sorry. Just need a second. It's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions. It's easy to disregard a lot of factors. In reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget the other side of the coin. There's been a lot of suffering involved in this incident. A lot.
Yes, there's been a lot of suffering. Like, people, that's the thing. That thing makes my blood boil, because he believes that he's suffering for whatever reason is equal to everything else.
With the families. With the community. And even the alleged defendant's family as well. There's been a lot of suffering.
Alleged defendant, by the way.
A lot of misunderstanding. I just want you to keep in mind everything that will be presented.
Hello, Pam Keys. Thank you.
In its totality, keep in mind.
Hello, Brandon. Happy birthday. Thank you for the happy birthday. Let's go, Ravens. Yeah, they won today. Let's go. They won the game.
The power that you have. That shouldn't escape your knowledge. This has been a long process for everybody. And what I believe is when it's time for you to make your decision, all of you, I believe that, and I pray that it's the right decision.
It was the right decision. Like, look at this face. Look at him try to cry. Like, he's trying so hard to get the tear out, but he actually cannot, like, bring himself to cry. Actually, like, there's no tears there.
That all the factors are weighed. There's been a lot of words thrown out there about the alleged.
A
lot of speculation, a lot of ridicule. Words like demon. Words like monster.
Yes, because as we seen throughout the trial, and as we seen your actions do it, you're a monster. I mean, people are just calling it as they see it.
I know a lot of the time I've been before you, you see me with this mask on. I've had my reasons for that, but I feel now is the time to. It's important that you see me for who I am. No mask.
No mask.
For who I am. I think this is the moment for that.
We know who you are.
I pray that your eyes and ears remain as open as possible. And understand that you alone decide this case, this matter. The power is in your hands, all of you.
The power. Remember the power.
To determine for yourselves what truth is.
Truth.
Thank you.
Hey, hello, Nicole. Thank you for the happy birthday. I had to think we did have a great show. Very thankful for you. Hey, thank you, Dolly. Thank you for stopping by. You can watch the bot later. We'll be here having fun. Thank you.
And do we have their writing materials available?
And I also love that Judge Doro just moves on. He's like, he's just crying his heart out there, but that's fine. We don't really care.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brooks, you ready to call your first, would be your second witness, actually. You need a minute?
Hello, Miss Washington. Good afternoon.
I'm going to take a short break. I'll rise for the jury, please. We'll be with you shortly.
Yeah, Mr. Brooks cannot handle himself right now, so we're gonna move on.
Mr. Brooks, have you found what you were looking for?
I'm just gonna go with. I'm just gonna work off the list of the people who's here.
Okay.
If that's fine.
All right. You know who you're going to call first? We'll have that person ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in this theater, oh, I forgot about this whole theater about the first witness. And by the way, I haven't done this in a while, but it's good to bring the classics back. Notice how many buttons he has on. You see that? 2 buttons. Never put 2 buttons on with a suit like that. It's not how it works. Don't do it.
You want to let us know so that the state can assist with that? Otherwise, you can just call when we are in front of the jury. So have the jury brought out.
Yeah, the impromptu suit watch is always gonna be there. I cannot stand him with him being like that.
Some of them are downstairs and some of them are out here. So it's fine. It just will take a few minutes if they're over in the main courthouse.
Okay. Do you want to give us 2 names and we'll have 2 people out there? I just want to make it go smoothly, sir. That's all.
Since I'm working off this list, I wasn't expecting that to be first.
Yeah, there's a button etiquette. Like it's not like it's just an etiquette thing. It's like eating. I don't know. It's just a random rule that has been put on quite a bit ago. So there's three types of suit jackets. If you have one that is one button jacket, you put it on while you're standing up. You undo it when you're sitting down. If you have a two button suit jacket, you only button the first one when you're standing up and you unbutton it when you sit down. If you have a three button suit jacket, which is more rare nowadays, you button the first one and sometimes the second one. But yeah, you usually, if you just button the first one and you're gonna be safe. It avoids the suit jacket to look weird when you like. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Who do you want to call first? And we'll see if they're here.
Well, sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently, this list is.
Yeah, you'll know a lot about one person etiquette if you see someone with two buttons with the two buttons done in a two button jacket. You just don't do it.
Who's here? I'm guessing.
That's my understanding as well. Not yet. Is there someone you expected to be on the list that is not?
Kinda.
Do you want to make a record of that?
These playing games just because he wants to call the state of Wisconsin.
In any way?
No.
No.
Not right now.
Just call someone.
All right, well, then I'm going to instruct the jury to come out, and then you can call your first witness.
Why are you having trouble sitting down, Brooks?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, you may call your first witness. Actually, your second witness.
Yeah, second witness.
The defense would like to call the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, to the stand.
There it is. Did you notice that look? Did you notice? Let's run it back. I want you guys to see it. Look at this. He's like, huh? You're gonna say something about my witness, huh? How curious. What are you about to say?
Object. The objection is noted. It is sustained. Call your next witness, please.
Reason for the sustain?
Not relevant. And you haven't named a person to go along with it.
The subpoena was accepted, Your Honor.
So what?
I'll take the issue up outside the presence of the jury if necessary. Call your next witness, please.
Well, I would like to make an oral tennis motion to dismiss for failure to appear by the plaintiff and for failure to state a claim from which relief can be granted.
I will take that up outside the presence of the jury. Next witness, please.
And he also thinks that he could just order around motions. That's not how it works. If you want to present a motion to dismiss, you have to put it in writing.
So is the state not present?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that any further.
Move
All
on.
the jury's present. I'll take that up outside their presence. Call your next witness, please.
The defense calls Nicholas Kirby.
Thank you. Was that so hard?
Nicholas Kirby.
Hello, Angelique. Good afternoon. I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kirby. How are you today?
I'm here.
I'm
Do you
here.
recall the events of November 21st of 2021?
I mean, Kirby, this guy does a lot of bad stuff here. Like, Kirby, he tries to sink Dara Brooks more than he already is. But the thing about that is that Brooks doesn't need help with that. He's already done, but Kirby lies about a lot of stuff here. And he also has some things on the record that I don't agree with. I believe he's on the registry as well.
All too well.
And what were you doing that day?
What time of the day?
Around 3 o'clock-ish.
3 o'clock-ish. Around 3 o'clock-ish, I was walking with Corey around Waukesha. Earlier, well, yeah.
Yeah.
And made reference to walking with Corey. Who is Corey?
Corey is a friend of Miss Patterson's.
And would it be fair to say that it's also a friend of yours?
Sure.
Mutual friend, yes.
And what were you doing?
Walking around Waukesha, she was waiting for Miss Patterson to get done meeting with Mr. Brooks. You.
You. Who is you?
At 3 o'clock?
Around 3 o'clock-ish. Around that time, I had advised her not to go meet with Mr. Brooks.
You made reference to Mr. Brooks.
Yeah. What about him?
Who's that?
That would be you.
Yeah.
And why would you say it would be you? That's you.
Because that's your name.
And you were privy to that information at the time?
I was
Who
privy
cares? We're not talking about at the time. He's talking about right now. He's watching you and you are Dara Brooks.
to the information about you about a week prior to this incident.
And during your walking around, what were you doing with Corey?
Walking.
Walking, like literally walking.
Yeah.
We went from one store to walking around downtown after Erica told us she was going to be going to meet with Mr. Brooks. That would be you. I had advised her not to do it because it was a bad idea, and I was in fear for her safety.
Hello, B. Blanco. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
You made reference to knowing about Brooks a week prior to
Brooks.
these events, you said?
I didn't know everything about him. Miss Patterson had showed me his rap sheet, if you will, and a picture of him, and that was about it. I had heard prior
I'm gonna stop the
Hey, thank you for becoming a member, B. Blanco. Thank you so much.
witness unless you want him to go there, not to discuss what may or may not be conduct of Mr. Brooks prior to November 21 of 2021.
Oh.
With that understanding, go ahead and ask the next question.
You made reference to a picture you were shown?
Just a photograph with a rap sheet behind it.
And at some point, did you and your mutual friend Corey meet up with Miss Patterson?
Yes.
We were walking towards, or away from Dollar General, towards where Erica had said that she was being assaulted and attacked.
And do you recall where that area was?
Yes.
Where was that area?
On White Rock Avenue, right across from White Rock Elementary.
And do you know if there's a park in that immediate vicinity?
There is a park there named Frame Park, yes.
Did you ever go to Frame Park?
No.
Why is he putting Frame Park in quotations? That's the name of the park.
We were in that area near the park where the elementary school is and the apartments are.
About what time did you and your mutual friend Corey meet up with Miss Patterson?
Miss Patterson called me and said that she was.
About what time was the question? About what time?
And I'm getting to that.
I'll direct the witness answer his question specifically. What time?
Honestly, around what time the parade started. I would have to say like dusk. I honestly don't wear a watch, so sorry, I don't remember the time.
And at some point, you received a phone call from Miss Patterson?
Yes.
You yourself?
Yes.
I mean, it makes sense that they put a monument where where it happened.
And then at that point, what did you do?
When she told me that she was in trouble and she needed help, I went to her aid, which means I took off from where I was near Dollar General and ran to where she told me to go.
And when you got there, what did you see?
Halfway towards White Rock Elementary, I stopped a police officer at a barricade and I let him know that a woman was being assaulted in a vehicle.
Hey, happy birthday, Blanco. We have a lot of August birthday people on the community. That's great. I know that Renda's birthday is also today, so happy birthday to everyone. And I know XQ also has her birthday. I believe it's yesterday or today.
And do you recall
But it's
giving a
awesome.
description of who may have been assaulting your friend?
No,
Why not?
because at that point in time, the description didn't matter. I had the identity of the vehicle. So I told them you need to be looking for a red SUV with a woman screaming out of it.
And how did you come into the knowledge of the description of the vehicle?
Because I saw the vehicle.
At what point did you see the vehicle?
When Corey and I were walking up White Rock Avenue on the apartment building side of White Rock, I walked past the red vehicle.
Yeah, that's great for Leslie. She and Zach. I think Zach is also wanted to be a judge, right? I don't know. I think he was running for judge as well.
Didn't realize that she was in that vehicle. Then Corey and I crossed the street to White Rock Elementary and started walking down the sidewalk, and I heard her scream, Miss Patterson scream. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she screamed and I knew it was her, so I walked back across the street and escorted her across the street over to White Rock Elementary.
That face, I remember using that face for a thumbnail. But yeah, he's he does the Popeye eyes sometimes.
I don't think that's what
I'm just giving you full description.
Let's back up a little bit because that doesn't make sense.
Objections, he's testifying.
You stated that you had a description of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The question was, how did you learn of the description of the vehicle at that point?
Miss Patterson told me over the phone that she was in a red SUV. There aren't many red SUVs with young women screaming for help in Waukesha.
I will hope so.
So I'm assuming,
Don't assume.
because you made reference to stopping law enforcement before arriving to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So I'm assuming somewhere in the time of you stopping the law enforcement officer to report what you were being told, and then actually walking past the vehicle as you said you did, and then hearing this and all this.
Right?
Did you give a full report to law enforcement?
At the time when someone was in help and needed help immediately, absolutely not. I said there's a woman being attacked in a red SUV. You need to call for backup. Now.
And then you just ran.
And then I
away.
ran towards the person that needed help.
And do you notice he does this almost 90 degrees bent when he's trying to interview? Like, he's bowing down to Nick while he's reading. Like, you can bring your paper to your face. You don't have to go down on the table that much.
Did you at any time give a more detailed report that evening?
No, not that evening.
Did you speak with any more law enforcement that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall whom that was?
I do not recall the officer's name that showed up in the SUV coming down White Rock, in the police squad SUV. I don't even know the name of the officers that turned into Frame Park. But yes, I did speak to an officer.
How did you come into the knowledge of where officers turned and
Hello, Shayla. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
went?
The officer that I had stopped at the barricade when we were coming to Miss Patterson's aid had radioed for backup, and obviously given them description of the vehicle that I had described to them, the red SUV. That backup came, but they went to Frame Park. They did not go to where we were on White Rock.
Any idea why they went to Frame Park if you specifically told them a description of a vehicle and where it was located?
How will he know?
I did not tell them where the vehicle was located because at first incident, Mr. Brooks had taken off in his SUV.
Stating to the detective that your friend Miss Patterson was being assaulted somewhere near the area of White Rock School.
Objection, lady. Overruled. He may answer. I'll just caution Mr. Brooks.
Hey, what kind of pizza are you gonna get? I ate pepperoni pizza earlier on the day.
About leading questions since it's his witness, but this particular question you can answer.
Yes, I mentioned that I had received a phone call from Miss Patterson and that she was being assaulted while in a vehicle.
At any time did you identify White Rock School?
I identified the street, which is named White Rock, the apartment buildings, and the school as well as Frame Park.
So you did identify Frame Park?
I identified the entire geographical area.
The whole thing.
And at some point you said you heard your friend Miss Patterson screaming?
Yes.
And do you recall what she was screaming?
Who cares?
I said, do he recall?
Ask the form of the question. He's asking, did he hear? So you may answer. It's a yes or no.
I do not. Yes, she screamed. Do I remember what she was trying to say? No, I'm guessing it would be help. I'm in trouble. I would assume that that's what a person would scream when they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Is for help.
Do we still have the exhibit with the footage from the White Rock School available?
The security footage?
The security footage, I'm sorry.
We do.
Can you... This one is roughly 7 minutes, so I would need a little bit of it played, if possible.
It's been
Hello, Foxy. Good afternoon. By the way, is your avatar one of the... I cannot remember the name of that game. It's like a 2-player game where the characters are kind of made out of the string. It's not It Takes Two. I remember seeing that. Is that it? Is that it?
received, so go ahead. it'll be published so everyone can see.
Well, before it's published, can you show it to the witness?
That's fine. It'll just play for the witness then.
Hello, Joanna. I don't think I see you there before. Good afternoon.
Did you observe anyone get in or
Hello, BBB. I'm going to California tomorrow. I'm gonna visit my sister in Oceanside.
out of the vehicle?
Apparently, according to this video, she did not exit your vehicle. She was behind the White Rock sign. That's why I did not see her.
Did you see anyone get into the vehicle?
Later on,
Ah, Five Nights at Freddy's. I knew it was a video game character.
within the incident,
On-
yes.
On the video there, you are able to view right now from the 1 minute and 5 second mark to the 1 minute and 21 second mark. Did you observe anyone get into the vehicle?
No.
Can you publish for the jury?
You want to replay it again?
Yes. At that time, were you
Yeah, it's hot here too. I mean, I don't know how. Let's see how weather. Where I'm at right now, it's 20 degrees Celsius, which is hot for me.
already en route to where you believe your friend was being assaulted at?
Objection calls for speculation. This defendant has not even put this witness at this location at this time. He's just having him testify about what he's seeing in video.
I understand the objection. It's sustained. Please
Hello, Rebecca. Good afternoon.
establish some foundation for this witness being present at that location. For
Were you-
more information about the incident.
Were you present at this time?
We were on White Rock Avenue, but we were not in the general location of the school as of yet. As of that point in time.
I am not in New Mexico. I am in Old Mexico. I live in Tijuana, Mexico.
So to your recollection, you didn't see anything that you're seeing right now or on this video. You did not see the day of the incident?
No, I definitely saw Miss Patterson in a red SUV that day.
Did you see
At this specific time, no. Because I was down the road on White Rock talking to an officer who was manning the intersection of Hartwell and White Rock. And reporting at that time.
Hey, hello, David. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Can we play a little bit more, if I may?
I just gotta pause and say to you guys, thank you for being. Hey, hello, Pride. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. It's so great to be able to hang out with this awesome community that we've been growing since I started this channel. So thank you guys for stopping by. It truly means the world to me.
Objection as to relevance. If he wants to direct the video to a certain time that if he would like to ask this witness about that particular time if the witness saw that, that's fine. But he can't go through each video and say and ask general questions.
There's only
Hello, Teresa. I don't think I see you. I seen you commenting on videos. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for being on the live.
in one video that's been shown.
I'm going to give Mr. Brooks some leeway on this. The video is to be played from this moment, and then Mr. Brooks.
Hello, Ali. It's a celebration for my birthday. My birthday is on Monday, but since I'm not gonna be able to stream tomorrow or on Monday, I figure I'd do a live today. So here I am. Hello, Jean. I go by. Oh, hello, Terry. Terry's fine. Okay. The puppy's good. Puppy's sleeping right now. Hello, Anne.
Tell us when you want it to stop.
Okay. What I'm attempting to do for the record, Your Honor, is
Just play the video and you can ask your question.
Yeah, just
Go
play
ahead.
it. Thank you guys.
Can you pause it right there? By what you are viewing in this video right now, had you and your mutual friend Corey linked up with Miss Patterson at that point?
At this point in time in the video, given from what I've just seen, that was when Erica was on the phone trying to get a hold of me. We were already on White Rock at
Hello, Jay. Good afternoon.
that point in time.
Thank you for the happy birthdays. Thank you. It makes me so fearful to have a birthday, but thank you for saying that. I mean, I don't like having birthdays. It's really anxiety inducing, but we go through it.
We were not near the school at that point in time, though.
Thank you. What is this pose? He's trying to stand up, and then he's trying to lower his head with his hands behind his back. His body language is awful.
So that was when you would, to your recollection, that's when you would say the phone call to you was made?
One of the phone calls, yes, she made multiple phone calls to me, I think probably about 6. And I picked up her phone call, and she said, "I need help, I'm in trouble, come help me. I'm being assaulted." That's when I left.
You just made reference to that point in the vehicle being, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so drained. That point in the video
He's so drained, guys.
was when you made reference to that point in the video being when you received the phone call.
Yes.
Right?
A phone call out of multiple from her.
That's fair, a phone call. Would it be fair to say that you're not sure how many phone calls you had received that day or who they were from?
No, the way that I think the Sarah Boone trial is gonna go is that she's gonna be like, "This is unfair to me, I'm not prepared," and then we're gonna move on.
I only received 51 phone calls on my phone that day, that I actually do know. 6 of which belonged to her.
And all around the same time?
All around the time. She obviously didn't want to get off the phone because no one calls me 6 times in a row unless they need some help.
Can we continue to play from 138? Can you pause right there very quick?
Why? Why are we pausing when nothing is happening?
Do you see in this video your friend Miss Patterson walking back in the direction that she had just come from?
Sure.
I see her on the phone talking to someone, which I assume would be me, telling me where
Mr.
she...
Kirby, I need you to answer the specific question that's being asked at the moment, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, I see her on White Rock on the phone, walking back in the direction she was originally...
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to
Coming from.
object to this line of questioning unless the defendant can put this witness there. I don't know what the relevance of this testimony is.
Thank you.
The exhibit has been received, it's been published previously.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to give Mr. Brooks some leeway here. Overruled. I would like you to get to where you need to go, though.
That was the next question. At this point in the video, had you yet come into a range where you and your mutual friend Corey, had you yet come into a range where you can see Miss Patterson at that point?
Corey was the one that spotted her first.
Could you yourself see her at that point?
I heard her scream. That's what caught my attention.
And you made reference to that
Hello, Rosado. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
scream being heard from inside the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, because that's where she was when she called me. And I was still on the phone with her while going down White Rock Avenue. Even while I was talking to the officer, I said, I'm on the phone with her right now. I'm trying to figure out where she is. Can you please call for backup? So we continued down White Rock to look for Miss Patterson.
Would it be fair to say that in the phone call you received, she told you where she was at, and that's the area that you were generally responding to with your mutual friend Corey?
Miss Patterson doesn't know Waukesha. I knew the area she was talking about because I live in that area.
Would it be fair to say that you just
Hey, hello, Bridget. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here as well.
testified to when you had the interaction with law enforcement that you stated you're on the phone with her right now trying to figure out where she was? So would it be fair to say at that point you didn't know where she was?
I knew that she was on White Rock. I didn't know exactly where or how far down on White Rock she was at that point in time. At that specific time, I did not know. It wasn't until I seen a red SUV parked.
I think the things that he does with his mouth are sequels of his meth abuse that he had when he was younger. Like he was on a documentary about drugs, so he handled those before. Like, it was not just weed.
In front of the apartment buildings on White Rock, that I figured that might be the one that she was in. It was Corey who spotted her across from the road.
Can you point out in what area the red apartment you're referring to might be?
It's a touch
It's
screen.
a touch screen, so you can. Would it be fair to say that from where we're paused at in the video, we can't tell if there's any vehicle parked in that general area?
You literally just played the video where the vehicle
Just
turned
answer the
around.
question, sir.
No, you cannot see it from this angle.
Would it be fair to say that where the video is paused now?
I mean, that may be the case, but if you were to ask me, do I think that he did other drugs besides weed? I will say yes. I don't know. It feels like he did.
Now that Miss Patterson is not, or who you identified as Miss Patterson is not inside of a vehicle.
She is not inside of a vehicle in this video, no.
Can we play it from 1 minute and 47 seconds?
Maybe not an addict, but I'm sure I'm fairly certain that he tried those.
At this point, walking with your friend Corey, had she alerted you to spotting Miss Patterson at that point?
That will be fair to say, Tony. That will be fair to say.
She said she's over here. She must be out of his car now or something. She said something along the lines of that. So we went across the street and there was Miss Patterson hobbling down the street with a boot on her leg.
You made reference to your friend Corey saying she must be out of his car now. Do you know, as you were walking with your friend Corey, do you know if she observed Miss Patterson being in a vehicle at that point?
She was with me when the phone call came. So I assume that when someone tells me that they're in a vehicle, then they are in a vehicle. That does not mean that they would be in a vehicle by the time I got there. I was on foot.
Yeah.
And I wasn't walking, I was running.
Can you play it from 2:13? Pause right there. Would it be fair to say we see some individuals walking right here? Are you able to see that in the video?
Yes, you don't have to. Oh my god. Why does he need to circle them? We can see them in the video. We have eyes. Yes, there's one person with 2 kids there. What does this have to do with anything?
At that time, had you come close enough to the scene where you can observe any individuals in that area?
I don't remember the people that were in that area. I was only focused on the one, and that was the one in danger.
Could you
So no.
Could you at that point observe Miss Patterson?
From my point on the street, from where I was,
At that time, yeah, where it's paused at now.
during a parade, no.
Can we play it from 409?
Go ahead.
Pause right there. You see the 2 individuals here?
Yep,
Yeah.
Do you know who those individuals are?
that's me and Miss Corey. I was looking at my phone trying to call Miss Patterson back because she was not answering her phone. That scared me. So I told Corey.
I still remember watching those cartoons, like the Roadrunner, all of those kind of cartoons. I still have fond memories of that.
To keep an eye out, look for her, as I tried to keep calling her. When I looked up and we got past the White Rock Elementary School sign, that was when I seen her.
Would it be fair to say that, judging from the video, the White Rock, let me back up. Are you referring to the sign right here that says White Rock Campus?
I'm referring to where the end of the school building itself meets the driveway or the road that's there. There's a turnoff road.
I apologize. Can we take that X from next to the White Rock Campus sign? So, can you point to exactly what you're referring to?
Where that intersection is, where I just drew that little X.
And at that point, you were able to observe Miss Patterson.
I observed her walking when Corey had told me that she had seen her. And so we grabbed her and started to leave to turn around. At that point in time, an officer was coming to Frame Park because of the report that I had given.
So you observed Miss Patterson walking and not inside of a vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
No, as in?
As in she was not in a vehicle at that point in time when we finally came upon her.
Again, with these faces. What's the point of these faces?
So when, if at any time did you observe Miss Patterson inside of a vehicle?
When she was going back into his vehicle to get her things or whatever it was that she was trying to pull out of his car, her phone or something or whatever.
Can we play the video from 418?
Go ahead.
Hey, I was raised by cartoons. I still remember, like, when I was growing up, my mom had to work, so she would just leave us at home after school. And I remember she bought us every single Disney movie that came out just so we were entertained by it. So I grew up watching cartoons.
Pause right here. Is it fair to say from the video that two people right there are crossing the road?
Yes.
And do you know the identity of those two people?
That's me and Miss Corey.
Would it be fair to say that at that time you observed Miss Patterson?
Going between the sides.
Saturday morning Looney Tunes, yeah. Also, Saturday morning Disney cartoons like Recess, Goofy, House of Mouse, all of that.
Going from one side to another looking for Erica. When we ended up on this side, the red SUV was parked in front of the apartment buildings. There was a tree here, and Miss
Hey, Renda, this B. Blanco's birthday as well today.
Erica came from the passenger side of the vehicle around the back. That's when I heard her yell something. That's when I went over.
You made reference to Miss Patterson coming from around the vehicle.
Coming from the passenger side, so I had assumed that she had just gotten out of the vehicle.
Do you know that for sure?
If
No.
I didn't see her earlier when I was on White Rock, or a vehicle earlier on White Rock, how could I know?
Yeah.
Did you see her in the vehicle at that time?
I seen her come from around the vehicle. I am not actually sure if she was in the vehicle at that point in time.
Thank you.
I was just going by what she said over the phone.
Okay.
So my
understood.
assumption is that she was in a vehicle.
All right, next question.
If it pleases Your Honor, do we have a better view of this point
How would she
in
know?
particular?
I don't know.
Maybe on Exhibit 3 might be a better view of this.
If you have a
particular
specific spot to direct the state to, then I will have them do that, but
Can we view Exhibit 3? Does looking at this video right now bring any recollection of that day back to you?
Yeah.
And using the touchscreen, can you identify, if you see yourself in this video, can you identify where you are?
I'm right here.
Can you identify who the other person is that's shown on the exhibit?
That's Miss Corey.
You can play from right
They
there.
were walking
that
fairly
person.
Oh,
apart.
I'm sorry. Well, before we play, could you see from right there where you are? Can you see Miss Patterson, where her position is at that point?
No.
Can we play it from right there?
go ahead.
Can we pause? It's fair to say that we can see you and Miss Corey running towards the area of the vehicle that just stopped. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And where was Miss Patterson at this time, if you recall?
I didn't see her right away. Corey did. And she said, she just told me she's in a red car. So that's what we were looking for.
At that time, was Miss Patterson inside of the vehicle?
I do not recall. But what I do recall is the owner of the vehicle getting out of the vehicle, and that became my primary concern.
So hold fast a little bit. We observed the two, you and Miss Corey, running towards the area of the vehicle. Why such the urgency?
Miss Patterson is a mutual friend of ours. She said she was in trouble. I don't play around when people are in trouble.
Can we play it from? It's paused at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Can we play a little bit of it from there?
Go ahead.
Pause right there.
Okay, here we go. Why are we drawing attention to his fight with them? Like, look at this guy. Look, he's coming right for the group. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's just standing there. But what was the point of this?
Do you see Miss Patterson in this video? Let's
Yes.
pause that right now.
Yes.
Is she inside the vehicle?
No, she is not.
Had you seen her before that?
Corey had spotted her, not me, before that. She did.
But it is fair to say that you're also in the area at
I
that
am
time, correct?
not in this general frame, no. I'm
Not
actually outside
not
of the frame.
not the video, but you are present on the scene. Would that
Oh,
be fair to
yes.
say?
Yes.
And
Yes,
what happened
he's
at
there.
this point, if you recall?
At this point, there was a physical altercation between Mr. Brooks and Miss Corey and Miss Erica. I was more worried about Miss Patterson being hurt, so I went for her to get her out of the way. I stepped between them as best I could, and I told Mr. Brooks he needs to leave. He needs to get out of here. Does not belong out here.
Do you recall if there was a knife involved at that time?
No, that is a miscommunication, and I will clarify that. The Monday...
Hold on.
No,
there's
you don't
some
need to
questions.
say
We'll
anything,
ask
just
the
wait.
questions. I appreciate that, but just answer the questions that are asked at this point.
Did you at any point
Hello, Nisha. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
during this
Hey, meatball sub. That's pretty good. Hey, does Subway do not carry Subway meatball subs anymore? I went to the Subway the other day and they didn't have meatball subs anymore. That was the only thing that I like about Subway.
did you at any point during this altercation, did you observe Miss Patterson get back into the vehicle at that point?
I observed her reaching into the vehicle for something. I don't know if she was grabbing a purse or something or whatnot, but she was grabbing something of her personal property out of the vehicle.
Did you observe
while
her?
this was going on?
Did you observe her get into the vehicle?
No.
Can we play it from 3 minutes and 11 seconds, please?
Go ahead.
Pause it right there.
Yeah, it's the only thing that I believe is that's the best thing that they have, the meatball sub, and then they didn't have it. I was sad about it.
Did you see yourself come into the frame in this vehicle at that
Yes.
point? Would that be you there?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that you had some type of jacket on, or a black jacket.
At one point,
that
yes.
evening? What happened to your jacket at that point?
That jacket hit the ground as soon as Mr. Brooks started going for the two women.
So you threw the jacket off,
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
and what was your reason for throwing the jacket off?
Well, if the court don't hate me for it, I'm just going to say it's a good thing that there were two women in my way at that point in time.
And what do you mean by that?
That means when my jacket comes off, trouble's going to happen. Especially if you're trying to assault a woman in front of me.
So that gesture was an aggressive gesture.
Oh, that
An aggressive gesture.
was a completely focused gesture.
Well, you did make reference to. Let me back up. Would it be fair to say that you just made reference to trouble following you throwing off your jacket?
No, not trouble following me.
Well, maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but
I'm
there would
confused
be
by your
trouble.
question.
Hello, Ben. Hey, I haven't seen you there. Hello, Ben. Good afternoon.
Excuse me?
Can you rephrase your question?
Oh, I will. I'm sorry about that. You made reference to there being trouble when your jacket comes off. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that would be, or that could be, perceived as an aggressive gesture?
You mean as in...
Objection calls for speculation. How it's perceived calls for speculation.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Unfortunately, Nick didn't brought a suit watch, and I think his jacket was just a winter jacket, so it doesn't qualify under my scrutiny.
Who gave the report that there was a knife involved?
That was not put into a report. That was a miscommunication between me and an officer. I had been knifed earlier that week and had 12 stitches in one.
Yeah, it wasn't mentioned because it was Darrell's thing. Like, yeah, I don't think they seem necessary to do it.
Hand. I said, now I have a friend being assaulted and I need backup here. So when the police stopped and asked if there was a knife, I said, no, there was never any knife. I didn't have a knife. Miss Patterson, Miss Corey didn't have a knife. You didn't have a knife.
Who is you?
Did you get a chance to see the report that was taken by law enforcement from you?
Well, I'm the one. You mean you're talking about when I was on White Rock going to...
No, I don't like. I just like a meatballs, cheese, and that's pretty much it. No, I don't. I'm a simple guy. I like simple things, and that's as good as it gets.
To Miss Patterson?
No. The day of November 2020. The day of November 22nd, 2021. You made reference already to being interviewed by a detective, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And had you, after that, seen that report from that day?
No.
And you stated that the reporting of the knife was a miscommunication, you
Yes.
referred to it as?
Yes.
Did you at any time tell law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
No.
Do you know if your friend Corey told law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
No, she did not.
Do you know if your friend Miss Patterson told any law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
She did not as well. No.
And how long before the incident on November 21 of 2021 had you known Miss Patterson up until that point?
Probably maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks.
I
want to back up to the phone call that you received.
He wants to
from Ms.
back up
Patterson.
more. Like, he's going so far back. Like, I'm kind of wondering why he's not asking him if he ever see him being born. We're too far back now.
Okay.
When she called you, did she give you a name of whoever may have been assaulting her?
She didn't have to. She was meeting one person that day, and I knew exactly who he was because she had showed me his picture and rap sheet prior. Her child's father, the father of their 15-year-old daughter, is who she was meeting up with that day. And I told her multiple times, it's not a good idea. I have a bad feeling about this.
Do you recall stating that you walked past the red SUV that was parked?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say from the two exhibit videos that we watched today that you in fact did not walk past any SUV?
I most definitely walked past an SUV that was red on White Rock Avenue. Whether or not it was your specific SUV, it was still a red SUV. Up until this point, knowing Miss Patterson, I didn't know anything about the father of her child. I didn't know anything about his background except for what she showed me over the phone. Anything about his vehicle description, why would she need to tell me that?
Is it fair to say that the video doesn't show you walking past any red SUV?
If the video,
is that fair to say?
If the video proves that, then yes.
Yeah.
Well, in the report that was taken from you by a detective, do you yourself recall stating that
I really hate when he says you yourself. Why do you need to say you yourself? He's right there. You just have to say you. By the way, guys, if you guys haven't, you guys can really help me by clicking the like button. Like, it will help the channel a lot to bring it up on the statistics. But I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are still gonna be here for another like 2 or 3 hours. So let's go.
The alleged defendant tried to punch and push you.
Alleged, by the way.
The alleged defendant being you? Yes. Attempted to.
Would it be fair to say from the video that it doesn't show you being pushed, or
No, it does not. It shows me pulling 2 women away from the situation.
any reason why you would state to detectives that the alleged defendant attempted to punch and push you?
Probably because there were 3 different people's fists flying, and I was just trying to get the people that I cared about out of the way of danger. So if my statement to the detective is off a little bit after watching a bunch of people get run over, I can understand why.
So you were at the parade that day?
I was not at the parade that day. I was in the area
So
trying
how
to get back to my house.
so how can you watch people being run over if you weren't at the parade that day?
I wasn't attending the parade. I was in the area that the parade route was in. My street is the parade route.
Did you see anyone injured that day?
When
During the parade?
Yes, after I walked back through that area,
You saw someone get injured?
I saw a red SUV take off like a bat out of hell down Main Street
Did
and
you
go
see?
through a crowd of people.
The question was, did you see this take place?
See, I see
With
it.
my own freaking eyes. Yes. How many times do I have to say yes for you to understand it? YES spells yes.
Wow. I love
I'm
that.
sorry, Your Honor, I don't know how to.
I don't know how to handle someone talking back to me. Please, Your Honor, help me. Yeah, Nick lied.
Are you moving to strike the last response?
Yeah.
The jury will disregard the last response. I'm just going to remind both of you, please answer the questions that are asked, and follow-up needs to take place. Either Mr. Brooks or the state will ask.
Is it fair to, well, in reference to the Exhibit 3 video that we just viewed?
You're talking about the one by the elementary school.
Yeah, the one
Okay.
the one that we just viewed,
Just checking.
which would be
All right, 10 minutes
Exhibit
left
3.
off
Is
Nick's
it fair to say from
thing.
that vehicle? Got me.
Video.
I'm sorry. From that video, is it fair to say from that video that, in fact, there are not 3 people throwing punches? Would that be fair to say?
There are 3 people throwing hands in that video. Erica, Corey, and Mr. Brooks. Not myself. If you watch the video, you will see 3 pairs of hands go up towards one another. Whether one is stepping in to pull someone away from another or not, hands are being brought up.
Do you recall where you went after that altercation?
After the altercation between Miss Patterson, Mr. Brooks, Miss Corey, and myself, the 3 of us, Miss Patterson, Miss Corey, we started to leave. I told Mr. Brooks, you need to get out of here. The police have been called. You need to leave. You need to leave now. You do not belong here. I did not expect.
Can you strike everything that's not pertaining to the question that was asked?
Actually, I'm just describing the entire event in its entirety.
I understand. I'll strike the response as being non-responsive to the question. The jury is to disregard it. Re-ask your question again.
Okay. Do you recall where you and your two female friends went after the altercation?
We started to head back in the direction of the women's shelter where they lived.
I don't know. I don't think so. They may have been like trying to get there, but I don't believe that they had something going on, to be honest. But just Darrell thinking that made him really upset.
Where they were staying at the time.
Do you recall at any time being stopped by a law enforcement officer on your way back to the women's shelter?
We were stopped partway down White Rock, and that was when I had told the officer, because he wouldn't get out of his SUV, I had let him know that they need to be on the lookout for a red SUV that took off back down White Rock towards Perkins Avenue, or street or road, whatever it is. The officer had asked me if there was someone with a knife, and that was when I held up my left hand, and I said no. I said I have 12 stitches from a knife injury on this hand, but this is what you need to be looking for, is this red SUV. And I'm guessing that's where the miscommunication of the knife came in, and I don't know where that officer went after that.
Would it be fair to say that that was the second law enforcement officer that you had spoke with that day, at that time?
Yes.
During that interaction with the second law enforcement officer, do you yourself recall stating that a black guy just assaulted my friend?
No.
Any reason why the officer would report that?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Rounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Did you yourself sustain any injuries during the altercation?
Altercation in quoting
I ripped
marks, by
open
the way.
3 stitches on my hand, but that was more so from pulling Miss Corey away from Mr. Brooks so we could get out of there.
Did you report to any law enforcement? Well, I guess that would refer to the second law enforcement officer that you spoke with. Did you report that to that officer?
No. Because at the time I didn't notice it. I didn't notice my hand was ripped open again until I got home.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know how those stitches opened up. Would that be fair to say?
No, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
I know
he
how they
knows.
opened. My stitches got caught on the zipper on Corey's backpack. That's how the stitches were ripped out of my hand when I was trying to pull her away from Mr. Brooks and intervene between her, Mr. Brooks, and Miss Patterson.
Knowing a little bit about stitches, would it be fair to say that
He knows stitches? How would you know about stitches? Because your mom? Because she works at a hospital?
a wound that was stitched being reopened would cause a little bit of pain? Would that be fair to say?
Objection.
No.
Relevance.
Rounds.
And who cares?
Sustained. Relevance.
Did you notice any blood from the stitches being reopened?
Didn't feel anything until I actually looked at it when I got home. 12 stitches coming across my thumb in kind of like a fish hook type pattern. It was the two over here that ripped open and the one up here. Or actually, I take that back, the one up here.
So just for the record, he's holding his left hand. He had his thumb out, extended almost like an L, but with the other fingers almost like a C, and he was pointing to his left thumb near, I would say, the middle of the thumb, and then the curve of the thumb where on the inside where it goes up toward the index finger. Sorry, I have to make a
Now-
record of
No,
all.
that's just fine.
Go ahead.
So was it 2 stitches that opened or 3?
Who cares?
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer, but then move on.
It was 3.
And do you recall what time you made it home that evening?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think his mom, like if you can argue the nurture of her mom doing all of that, I do believe that she has some accountability. She has something to Yeah, yeah, you know what I mean.
Was it immediately after the altercation or sometime after? Or
No, I took the girls back to the shelter, and then I started running back towards Main Street to try and see if I could avoid the parade traffic. And that's when I saw the red SUV go down Main Street.
You guys saw that eye movement? Like, look at this. Look at this thing. Watch it again. Hello, Phyllis. Good afternoon.
and do you recall speaking with your women friends
Woman friends.
after you had made it home that evening?
Yes.
Did at any time you indicate to them that you
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on, let him finish the question. He was asking what he
strike
indicated to
the
them.
question? I thought that's what I said.
You can ask your question. That's what I thought you were saying too.
Hello,
Did you
Bradley.
yourself-
Good afternoon.
At any time indicate to your female friends that you had sustained an injury during the altercation?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
In the time that you had known Miss Patterson up until that day of November 21st of 2021, had you yourself ever heard Miss Patterson refer to the alleged defendant by a different name?
Ah,
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer if he knows.
No. You mean like an alias or something?
A different name.
Well, okay, that could a nickname and alias. I mean, let's be specific here.
Did Miss Patterson ever refer to him with another name? If you recall.
Not that I can personally recall. No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, was your friend Miss Corey, as you refer to her, do you recall her stating that she was injured during the altercation?
She did tell me that she I believe she like hurt her finger or her fingernail or something like that, but I don't think it was relevant to the incident that had happened.
What do you mean by you don't think it was relevant to the incident that happened?
Objection as to relevance.
that it wasn't relevant. What else do you need?
No further questions.
There we go. Thank you.
Before
We're
I
done.
decide whether to do cross at this time, how long do you believe it will be?
0 minutes because I have no cross.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. And you can step down. And we're going to take a break.
I mean, keep in mind that I'm playing the edited down version of this because this took way much. Like this took hours.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may step down, sir. And I presume he may be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brooks. You're done questioning him?
Yeah, I don't think he's no longer needed.
All right, you are released from your subpoena, sir. All right, let's take about a 15-minute break. Anything we need to address prior to that? Or can we go
I
come
hate.
back? Nope.
I truly hate when he laughs. Look at those. Like I know I don't have the best teeth out there, but Jesus Christ, dude.
are back on the record. It's 3:58. Appearances are as they were before.
Hello, Christine. Thank you. How is Alaska doing right now?
Jury is coming into the courtroom.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Your request, as I understand it, is noted. The objection is noted. It's overruled. We'll
Nice.
continue with the questioning of a witness. You may call your next witness as soon as all the jurors get in the jury box.
Defense calls Heather R. Reamer.
Thank you.
Why is that? Why is this? Look at these faces that there's. Why? Why is he making those faces? He's just. I don't get it. There's so much that I don't get about this guy.
Go ahead, sir. Your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reamer. How are you feeling today?
I'm okay.
I want to direct your attention to the evening of November 21st of 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was at the Waukesha Christmas parade.
And do you recall who you were with at the parade?
I was with my husband and 3 friends and one of their children.
About what time, if you recall, did you and your family arrive?
Right before it started, we were running late, and then by the time we got to where we were seated, it was right before it started. I don't recall exact time.
What do you recall weather-wise that evening? Was it a pretty chilly evening?
Yes.
If you recall?
Yes.
Pretty windy?
Yes.
So I'm assuming at some point you observed a bit of commotion. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall what that commotion was?
Everyone running around was the biggest commotion.
Yeah.
At that point, did the area you were positioned in get pretty loud, chaotic?
Sure.
Yeah, screaming gets loud.
At the point you observed this commotion, what did you do from that point?
Started running.
I'm assuming with you and your family all took the same course of action.
We all ran, yes.
Yeah, we all were running.
And where did you run to?
Away from the parade route. I'm not familiar with streets. I'm thinking it's East Avenue. We ran down that road.
Hello, Jeffrey Scott. Yes, you're watching it live. Hopefully I'm not muted. I do get muted sometimes, so keep that in mind.
Would that be a side street connected to the main parade route, or?
Yes, it was a perpendicular road.
Do you recall if that side street was barricaded in any way?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if there were any law enforcement officers stationed at that side street?
I don't recall.
Did you, at any time during the commotion when you and your family were at the parade, do you recall seeing anything that drew your attention in any way?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was that you saw?
A red Ford SUV driving through faster than all the other cars in the parade.
And what did you observe this vehicle doing at the time that it caught your attention?
It was honking. Well, I heard honking. I'm not positive if it was the red SUV or another car alerting.
Did you notice any other vehicles around the vehicle you saw, following the vehicle you saw?
Following, no. It passed a float that had a vehicle in the parade. So it was by another vehicle, yes.
And it was passing the other vehicle you're referring
Yes.
to, correct? In your opinion, strictly your opinion, why would a vehicle honk its horn?
Because I like the best answer that I got for that one was from the detective Casey. He was like, yeah, people get mad and start honking their horn in rage.
To alert somebody.
Do you recall I'm assuming at some point the vehicle passed the position where you were. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At any time during the vehicle's passing you, did you see who was driving the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice if they were intense to the vehicle as far as windows?
Ma'am, can you speak up a bit?
Oh, I don't recall.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I like, I'm biased here. But I think our live chats and our comment sections in general are one of the best communities that I've seen around. I really enjoy reading comments, and I enjoy doing these live chats because of that. Everyone is friendly. Like, we all hate Darrell, but we are friendly with each other, even though sometimes we may not agree. But that's what I love about this community.
Do you recall if you were able to see into the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you got a chance to catch the license plate number
Yeah, good night, Anisha. Have a great night. Thank you for stopping by.
of the vehicle?
No, I didn't.
And from your recollection, when the vehicle passed you, were the windows up or down?
I don't recall.
Upon arriving at the parade that evening with your family, did you notice any of the side streets barricaded in any way? Any of them?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were law enforcement officers at those barricaded side streets?
I don't recall.
Do you recall about how long the parade had been ongoing before you saw this vehicle?
I don't recall.
From that point, did you and your family immediately leave the parade and head home, or?
We left, we didn't head home.
Did you or any of your family members suffer any injuries during this incident?
No.
Did you yourself observe the vehicle that passed you during the parade? Did you yourself witness anyone injured by the vehicle?
I don't believe so.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you.
You had
Any,
nothing.
Cross?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Reamer. Thank you for being here today.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at the man seated to my right, table to your left.
Now let's look. Let's see the difference. Like, Darrell just say a bunch of nothing at all. She just brought her there because I guess he was on the list. But now let's see how a real lawyer asked questions, even though she didn't need to be there.
Mr. Brooks. You ever seen that man before?
Said to being called that name.
Noted, overruled.
Yes.
Tell us about when you've seen Mr. Brooks before.
By the way, great combination on the suit by Zach. Awesome combination. Blue and white, it's classic. I like it.
Objection leading.
It's cross-exam, so it's proper. They may leave. You may answer.
As we were driving to the parade, we were coming to a stoplight and we saw the red SUV coming down the wrong way on the road, and I slowed down because the car in front of me started to back up to let him through.
This took place outside of a gas station, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we display for everybody exhibit number 7. It's previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Objection to relevancy.
Exhibit 7 has previously been received. Overruled.
Is it relevant to this particular witness?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Is this the
He
gas
didn't even know who she was. Oh. All right. Thank you, Anisha. Thank you for stopping by. Have a great day
station that we're talking about?
Correct.
or night.
And you were parked on North Street facing southwestbound at the time, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Is that the way of traffic? I don't know.
Well, let's
So-
assume, based on these arrows here,
Oh,
Objection, speculation.
they're on the map. Overruled. Her answer was yes, and you may ask the next question.
Madam Clerk, can we please clear the annotations? And you saw the red SUV that we've been talking about come the wrong way on North Street, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
Should I draw?
Sure, yep, that's a touchscreen, go for it.
So I stopped roughly back here as the car that was here started to reverse this way.
It will be received as 7C, as in Charlie. Go ahead.
Objection to relevancy.
Overruled.
You saw Daryl Brooks driving that red SUV in front of that gas station, is that correct?
Objection.
At that
don't
time, I
consent
didn't
to
know.
being called that name, and it's speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
At that time, I didn't know his name, but yes.
But now that you see him sitting in court today,
Yes.
that's the guy.
Yes.
Objection, speculative.
The guy.
Overruled. The record will reflect the identification of the defendant as the driver of the red SUV she saw as depicted in this exhibit.
Thank you. May we please display for everybody exhibit number 15, which has also previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Can we zoom in, please, on the intersection of Main Street and Northeast Avenue?
Objection, relevancy.
I presume the question will provide the relevance, so go ahead.
Thank you. You were sitting in front of the Historical Society, you testified?
Yes.
And do you recognize this map in front of you?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness.
What do you mean it's speculative? He's asking if she knows it. How can that be speculative?
My answer.
No, I don't.
Okay. Would the Historical Society be near this intersection that I'm circling, East and Main?
Yes.
Okay, we can please remove that annotation, Madam Clerk. When you saw the red SUV drive by, you testified you could not see the driver, correct?
Correct.
Because it was going so fast?
Yes.
Did you ever see that SUV come
Oh.
to a stop?
Hey,
at any
thank you
point
for-
on Main Street?
No.
Being a member.
In fact,
7 months.
did you see
7
it
months is a long
accelerate?
time. Like, I started the channel on... Well, I started making videos for the channel in December, if I recall correctly. So that's almost, we're in August. So that's pretty much all the time. Thank you so much.
As it traveled towards more people?
Yes.
Objection, speculative.
It says, overruled. The witness may answer.
Sound
Yes.
like you was going to say substain.
And then I remembered you had called the witness, not the state. So cross-examination is appropriate. Fair enough, though. Next question.
Did we get an answer on
I said yes.
that? Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect, sir.
When shown this exhibit on cross, you stated you were approximately around. As a matter of fact, that wouldn't be fair. Can you erase that that mark,
Please.
please?
It's
Were
clear.
Were you show again where your vehicle was positioned?
It's just a rough estimate, but
Okay.
probably right about here.
And you stated there was another car that did a backing up motion. Can you show again where that vehicle was positioned?
If they were at the light going this way, backing up.
This is so
If
pointless.
you recall, or do you recall, if there were any vehicles in this space right here?
There was none.
Rough estimate, about how far would you estimate the distance is between your vehicle and the vehicle that was at the light? Rough estimate.
I never came to a complete stop back there. It's when I started to slow down.
So you were still kind of rolling forward a little bit?
Yes. Because they backed up and then moved forward, and so then I moved forward.
So you didn't come to a stop until you noticed that vehicle backing up?
No. I didn't come to a complete stop until we were back up at the light.
So we'll start this again. Where did you finally come to a complete stop at, if you recall? And at that time, well, back up a little bit before I get to that.
Hello, Helen from Australia. What time is in Australia right now?
You observed an SUV, you say, at some point before you came to a complete stop?
Yes.
And what did you see that vehicle do?
Drive this way.
What did you see it do after you noticed that it was coming in that direction?
Turn in here.
Would that be into the gas station?
Yes.
And what did you see the vehicle do at that point?
Roll down their window and yell something at the car in front of me.
Did it stop?
Yes.
Was it, I'm assuming you might know what I mean by this. Was it like a brake stop or was it a park stop? If you recall.
Okay, when I make my hey, 1:20 p.m. When I make my dumbest moments of Darrell Brooks, this is gonna be one of them. Like I truly don't understand how he thought that this was gonna go well for him.
If you're not in the vehicle, how do you know that it's up? They put it in park.
Thank you.
Well, brake stop would be brake lights, but okay.
Objection.
Like he's like, well, brakeless. We'll just see brakes. But no, that's not how it works. That's just not how it works, Brooks.
Move to strike.
I'll grant that, strike the last statement made by the defendant, but you may ask your next question.
And how long were you at the light?
Just a very short time.
And in that short time, you were able to see who was driving the vehicle, the SUV, as you say, that went into the gas station.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that the same SUV you saw at the parade that evening?
Yes.
The same vehicle that you said you don't recall if it was tinted or not?
Yes.
Yes.
So at the point of seeing this vehicle at the gas station, at that point, did you notice any tints?
I don't recall.
Did you notice if there was anyone else in the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person.
Like this part, I don't understand. Who cares if there were 50 more people in the vehicle? None of the other people were driving. So who cares?
Did you see into the back of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Can you see the passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was anybody in the passenger seat?
No.
Who cares?
But you don't know for sure about the back seat.
No.
No, I couldn't see it.
You pull up exhibit 15. Can you pull that back up?
The state would please pull that up. And we'll publish that for everyone.
Please. It's so easy to say
The
please.
side streets would be Buckley Street and Northeast Avenue. Would that be fair to say by looking at the map?
Yes, that's what the map shows.
Hello, California Dreamer. Thank you.
And you said you don't recall if those side streets were barricaded.
I wasn't at the intersection. The
You were-
Historical Society is at that intersection, but I was in front of the Historical Society.
So would it be fair to say you were close to the side street?
Sure.
I was close, but not at it, so I don't know if there was barricades there. I wasn't close enough to be by barricades.
So you stated you ran away from the commotion, so it would be fair to say at some point you moved from your position in front of the Historical Society, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what side street you went down to when you were running?
We ran up to the building of the Historical Society on the side of East Avenue.
So that would be this side street here.
Yes.
Yes.
You stated that you knew the identification of the driver of this SUV based on what you observed at the gas station, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You stated that you... Let me back up.
Back up
You were
again.
able to identify the driver of this SUV based on what you observed at the gas station, correct?
The gas station, I saw the driver, yes.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing when you observed him at the gas station?
At the gas station, no.
Do you yourself recall in your telephone conversation with law enforcement stating that the driver was wearing a red-orange shirt?
That was not from the gas station.
So where would that description come from, if not the gas station?
I saw video footage of you in somebody's backyard.
That face again. That I hate it. I hate it.
So what did you observe the driver of the vehicle wearing at the gas station?
I don't recall.
So it'd be fair to say that in your phone conversation with law enforcement, you gave a description based on what you had seen from footage. I guess that would be the right word to use.
The shirt color, but your description was from the face was from the gas station.
Right.
And do you recall in that phone interview stating that you weren't positive on the shirt color?
Yes.
Do you recall in that phone interview stating that since seeing the news that you may be getting the clothing description incorrect?
I remember saying that I've seen the news. I don't remember saying that that is why I'm getting it. It wasn't the same as when you were driving.
So would it be fair to say that your description came from watching footage at some point and from news reports at some point.
Not news reports.
But you did see this incident reported on the news.
Yes.
Yes. What's the relevancy of all this?
Did you see where the vehicle? Did you see where the vehicle went when it passed your position?
Objection. Can we just clarify whether that's at the gas station or the parade?
Fair enough. Sustained.
Sorry for that. I'll clarify.
Thank you.
Do you recall seeing where the vehicle went when it passed your position at the parade that evening?
Continued down the parade route.
And you already stated that during the parade, seeing the vehicle and not seeing the driver, how are you sure that that driver of the vehicle you saw at the gas station was the same vehicle at the parade?
He asked two different things. Like, let's hear that question again.
Who you saw at the gas station was the same vehicle at the parade.
The same person.
How are you sure that that driver of the vehicle you saw at the gas station was the same vehicle at the parade?
He first asked for the driver, and then he asked for the vehicle. It's different. Hello, Joey. Good afternoon.
I know that they were both red SUVs, Ford SUVs.
Were you yourself sure that they were the same vehicle?
They were the same model, same color, same make.
So what is the make and model, if you recall, of the vehicle that you saw at the gas station?
Ford Escape.
And how did you come to that determination based on your observation at the gas station?
Because I know a decent amount of cars.
Yeah. What do you mean by decent?
What do you mean by decent?
I mean, I don't know all makes, but I know this one for sure because I had a friend that had the same exact make and model. Just different color.
So are you yourself able to just look at a vehicle and tell the make and model?
No.
Some, yes.
Some. He dives as his
So it'd be
papers
fair to
again.
say some, not all.
Correct.
Sure.
So that brings me back to the driver. You stated you didn't see the driver of the vehicle you saw at the parade. How do you know there was the same driver?
Objection. The state's the evidence. She never testified that she knows it's the same driver.
Sustained.
I'm asking how did
Rephrase your question, please.
do you know if it was the same driver?
No.
No further questions?
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very recognizable car. More so because it's red, so it jumps to the view, jumps in your eyes. She identified him by facial recognition and didn't call his name, but she still objected. He's confusing JD with, yeah, it doesn't matter. He thinks 14-year-old Escape is a rare vehicle, then yeah, people knows it. Hello, interesting captures, Laura. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm doing good. How are you?
Investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information.
All right.
So 4 in the afternoon, morning. Was there 2 left of that?
Yes, correct.
So
And so let's do Thursday morning and Thursday afternoon. The people you designated, I'm going to direct the state to have here tomorrow morning. That's 4 witnesses. whatever order of those 4.
5. It's 5, but yes.
5?
We'll have them here. Based on your original list.
And then, how many does that leave? Because
That's what I'm trying to
doing
figure out.
good with math this
4.
late in the day. 4, so 4 in the afternoon then. So our hope is to get through all your witnesses
I can say this
tomorrow.
for the record. One witness I intend to call tomorrow is not going to be 35 minutes.
Fair enough. Do you plan to call that person in the morning or the afternoon?
I'm leaning towards the afternoon. That could change depending on the flow of the morning, I would guess. If the morning goes pretty...
Can you tell me which list they were on when you gave it to the state? Was it Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, or Friday afternoon?
I didn't put them on days, but I believe they were in the maybe the second flow of names. If
You just
that
want to tell me who
helps.
it is so we can prepare so that person is told to come in the afternoon rather than wait through the morning?
Yeah.
I don't want to say who it is.
Why not?
Well, I want the person to be here when we're ready to go, but
They were here today, if that helps.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
I know who it is. It's Erica Patterson, Your Honor. There's no
Maybe.
mystery here.
Maybe
all right,
it is,
that's
maybe
what I
it
would
isn't.
have. That's kind of who I thought it would be as well.
So,
I'm going to have her come tomorrow afternoon. Then I'm
okay,
not
we
gonna
will
her
have
come
you
in the
here at
morning.
1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
So we
Thank
need to be
you.
mindful of people's schedules.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll have everyone else here at
That's
8:30.
interesting because what if that was not who I was referring to?
Then you need to tell me right now so I can make an alteration to that.
Come on, Judge.
I don't
Sir.
mean, come on.
We're at the end of the 3rd week of trial.
So
I
can we
need
at
to
least
keep
be
this
fair?
moving
Can we at
along.
least be fair and say that's not due to me though?
No.
That would not be fair to say.
How?
It's
How? The state said that they needed 5 to 7 business days to present their case. Did they or did they not say that on the record?
Yeah, but you took like 5 hours extra each day just asking random questions about the plaintiff.
and there's
So how
it doesn't
did
matter how we got there at this point. I'm trying
Then they
my
need to chop,
darndest
chop.
to get all the
Should've been
witnesses
chop, chop.
done. So
Chop
I'm
chop, by the
directing the
way.
state to have Miss Patterson come tomorrow afternoon.
If that's
And the
what I
other
was referring to,
witnesses?
which I wasn't, but
It was.
everybody think they know what I'm thinking.
Then you need to tell them if it's someone else, and if you want her here in the morning.
I'll
then
say
that-
this. Everybody that was here today that didn't get called, have them here tomorrow.
No, they cannot be all in the same place at the same time. What are you talking about?
So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people.
And you need to tell me who you want in the morning, not by the order, and who you want for the afternoon. Otherwise, I'm going to make the order that I just made.
No, how you gonna make the order for me?
Under 906.11, sir.
No, you can't. I can call. I have the right to call them in the order that the state didn't have to have an order.
So what?
And I'm guessing
No, but the
Correct me
state's
if I'm wrong, but
helping
I'm-
you out in terms of the order,
they were helping me out with serving
and
the
they're helping you.
subpoenas. Not the
So,
order of how I would call the witnesses, but the subpoenas.
It's a penis.
And I gave the state.
do you want to be responsible for calling each person tonight and telling them what time they need to be here, or should we let the
See,
state
here we
do
go
that?
with this again. There's something that's impossible to do.
That's not true. You have
How's it
access
not
to
true?
a phone.
So somebody's gonna answer a collect call from someone they don't even know.
Yes, because they are expected to testify in a trial. If I'm gonna say it for myself, right? If I knew, because at this point everyone knew, everyone's been served with the papers that they're gonna be on the trial, I wouldn't know that I need to be there at some point. So if the person that is on the trial is telling me, you know what, I need you to be here at whatever time, then I would have listened. Yes, I will pick up the phone even though it's this guy.
Nobody in this courtroom will answer a collect call and pay for a phone call from
not
somebody
my
that you
understanding
not
of
know.
how it works at the jail. That you can, that
Yes.
there's other means to make phone calls.
There is no other way to utilize the phone.
Yes, there are.
Well,
Yes, there
maybe
is.
I'm wrong on that, but be that as it may,
You're
the
not.
state is helping you out. This is to make tomorrow go as smoothly as possible, to be effective, to be efficient, and to use all of our time wisely.
Your Honor, with all respect, I did what was asked of me to do. I provided them with the list of the witnesses that I will call. And I stated before that I would not put them in order, and the state accepted the list that I gave them. So why, at this point, is
Who are the witnesses who are here
being
today?
a problem?
Kohler, Douglas Kohler, Detective Guth, Erica Patterson, Christopher Bertram, and Jay.
Hey, thank you for being a member, Joey. I really appreciate it. And I like doing the lowest, like I put it as low as YouTube allowed me to do the memberships. Just because I understand that this is hard sometimes. So I put it as low as I can so people can become members if they want it and if they can. So thank you for that.
Jason Hayes were here today in addition to Miss Reimer. Miss Reimer's now done. Nicholas Kirby was also here today. He's done. If we are going to continue to assist Mr. Brooks in getting these witnesses here, we need to have a reasonable time schedule. These witnesses don't just show up by the tooth fairy. We have to communicate with them. They have jobs, they have families. I've explained this 3 times to Mr. Brooks. If he wants our assistance,
objection. She can chill with all that. She can chill with all that tone.
Hold on.
I know. Get on that if that's what it is.
Hey, I know it's been a long day. Let's keep this civil.
That's what I'm trying to do. But
Shut up.
She gonna have to tone it down.
Hey, no one has to be a member. I wanna say that. Thank you, California Jim, just for subscribing, just for watching the videos, just for being here. That's enough for me. Trust me. No one needs to do anything extra. I'm just glad that you guys are here. Thank you.
I think both of the parties are getting a little frustrated. I'm getting frustrated. So, I'm Kohler, Guth, Hayes, Patterson. I missed a 5th.
Bertram.
Guth is a police officer, right?
Yes.
I know who Eric Patterson is. How about Kohler, Hayes, and Bertram? Are those citizens?
They're citizens that relate to the parade, I believe, and post-parade.
It seems to me that even with one of the witnesses taking more than 35 minutes, that doesn't fill up the whole day. So we need to have some other people on that list for the afternoon.
So I will just continue to work in the order of the list that was provided, Your Honor. I think that's the only reasonable thing we can do at this point. Or we can do it alphabetical, or we can do it by random lot, because I don't know really what else to do.
By the list that was given.
Yeah, but you have a list. He wants everyone in a tiny room waiting for him to call them at all times. And that's not how it works.
That you were given.
The first 3 were Kirby, Kohler, and Guth. The next line has 3 names: Patterson, Bertram, Hayes. The third line has 3 names: Reimer, Aldrich, and Lescano. The last list has 2 names and then also reads the state of Wisconsin.
First 3 people on the list you need to advise to be here tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay.
The next 2 people tomorrow at 10:30. The next 2 people after that tomorrow at 1:30. And the next 2 people from there at 3:30. And then do I have anyone left over from there?
No. Yeah.
One more?
No.
If I have to go late tomorrow, then I would say the last person can be at 4:30 if need be.
Yeah, I agree. We would very much like to get through the defense witnesses tomorrow, Your Honor.
I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Well, that's the
it is going to happen
in terms of the times people need to show up. That gives you a range of people to select from.
I'm gonna have to see that what you're referring to then, because
I trust you wrote it down because that's what I did.
I
so
didn't.
we are at recess then for the evening. We'll see everyone tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.
So if they don't get called like that, don't try to blame it on me.
Has a direct role in that causation.
Wait. Let me bring it back to the beginning. There we go.
Leslie Basie and Zach Wichow appearing for the state.
State your name for the
I'm
record.
here
please.
as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value and return for value all the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments, and I would like to make a reservation of all my rights at this time.
All right, thank you. The record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Daryl Brooks is present in person in custody. He is wearing street clothes, specifically a suit and tie, and he is wearing a mask.
And I do not consent to being called that name for the record.
Noted. All right, so
Noted, I
Mr.
don't
Brooks
care.
called a witness yesterday. There was an objection. I sustained it, but he also orally moved to dismiss, and I indicated I would take that up outside the presence of the jury. I didn't do that yesterday, so I just want to put on the record that I'm denying the motion without any further consideration or discussion by the parties. He listed two reasons. One was it had to do when he called the state of Wisconsin as a witness for failing to appear, and then for failing to state a claim upon which relief
So if he reserves all his rights, what happens to his left?
can be granted. There's no legal basis for those motions in law or in fact, and so that's why I'm denying them on the record today. I'm not asking for any further commentary or statements on the issue.
I object to that.
And I intend to have you call the next witness. I just want to confirm with the state who is here this morning.
I object to that ruling, Your Honor. I would like
Noted
to-
for the record.
Present.
I would like a
Present
legal
this
finding of
morning,
fact.
Your Honor.
I would like a legal finding of fact.
Tonight.
Your Honor, consistent with the court's instruction yesterday afternoon, we have present Douglas Kohler, Detective Steve Guth, and Erica Patterson are here now and available.
All right, I expect you to call those first three before we get to any other person, not whatever order you want among the three, but those will be the three people called.
I want to state for the record that I intend to appeal that judicial decision made about the motion to dismiss.
Noted for the record. All right, let's bring the jury out then.
Actually, we did address subject matter jurisdiction. It still has yet to be proven for the record, and I wanted to address the fact that with this, is it Kohler? Is that how you pronounce the name? Kohler?
We're going to continue with the witnesses.
We're gonna move on,
subject
sir.
matter jurisdiction repeatedly. There's a written decision. I stand behind it. You have three witnesses that you subpoenaed. The state made arrangements for them to be here. Whatever order you want to call them in this morning is fine, but those three are here.
That's what I was trying to address right now. I was asking
Okay, go
about
ahead.
the
What do you
name.
want to address?
The Kohler. How do you pronounce the name? Kohler. I'm
I
still
don't know.
having
You'll
trou-
have to ask the witness.
I'm still having trouble finding the file for that particular witness.
So
Yeah, call the jury in.
So I
who
don't,
cares if you lost your paper? Whatever. What does the judge have to do about that?
I don't know how I'm supposed to.
Mr. Brooks, you were well advised. These are your witnesses that the state made arrangements. You knew who was going to be called. I put that on the record yesterday.
Yeah, I also think that he wanted Erica to be later on, just so he can let her be there for as long as possible.
Okay, so of those three, whatever order you want, but I'm not moving past those three
I didn't
to
say
jump
any-
to others.
I didn't say anything about moving past the three.
I know that. I'm just
simply-
setting the tone for today that we're going to keep moving.
Okay, I simply stated I'm not ready to ask that witness questions if I can't even find the
I
Your
understand,
paperwork.
but that's you not having your paperwork's on you, not anybody else.
So what am I supposed to ask him?
I can't answer that, sir. You know that.
That's a rush to judgment. You can't rush me to judgment when I'm notifying the court that I cannot find the record.
Well, you
I
did
can't
very
find.
well
I can't
yesterday
find a
without
file
your
for
file.
that.
So
I'm saying
I don't
that
think that's
particular
the issue.
witness.
You said you did not have a file for one of the witnesses, and you did a
That
fine
was-
job from my perspective. So
I did what?
You did a fine job. I just
Yeah,
want to
but
say my
they
assessment.
also
You did a good
provided me
job.
with one sheet for that particular witness at that time.
Okay.
So I
I'm
just went
bringing
off
the
of that
jury
3
in.
paragraphs.
How you're prepared or not is solely on you, sir. You've had all of this information. Now we're at the end of the third week of trial. These are your witnesses. I presume that you are prepared in whatever way that is.
How
You're not
can I
gonna
be
hold it
prepared
up.
for? I'm not. So the witness is just supposed to get up there and just. I'm just like,
I'm
yeah.
not going to have this commentary, okay? I'm done.
Yeah,
the
move
juror's
on.
coming out. Be prepared to call
So
one
that's
of the
that's a
three.
rush to judgment.
That is not a rush to judgment.
It is a rush
Again,
to
I'm done.
judgment.
The jury's
It's
coming
clearly
in.
a rush to judgment if I'm telling you that I don't have the
No,
file.
in
How
my
am I
opinion,
supposed?
you're attempting to delay. So
No,
let's
I'm not.
keep
I'm not
going.
attempting to delay nothing. You want to come check the boxes yourself? You always trying to pull some fast maneuvers.
Mr. Brooks,
Fast maneuvers, by the way.
Miss Judge, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming in.
Yeah,
Show
and
respect
they
to the
deserve
jury.
to know this too. It's still issues that need to get addressed. We didn't even address everything.
Mr. Brooks, I addressed all of the issues.
No, I
and you
still
know
had
that.
another one that didn't have nothing to do with nothing we just talked about.
All
There
right.
was a whole nother issue that needed to be addressed that I needed to
And we'll
bring on
address
the
it
record to
later.
your attention.
We'll address it later.
It needs to get addressed now before we go any further because it's an important matter.
It's an important matter.
Just like the subject matter jurisdiction is important. That hasn't been proven on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Just
this
like
is
the
not
rush to
the
judgment.
time for evidence to be presented or arguments to be made by the
I
parties.
can't
The
even
jury
present
will
any evidence. You won't let me even put
disregard
any evidence in the record.
all of these
Which
statements
is a
made
rush to
by
judgment.
Mr. Brooks
That's
at this
unfair.
time. All right.
That's unfair what
The
you're
court
doing.
will address legal matters outside the
Then we
presence.
need to
Everyone
address
can
the
be
legal
seated.
matter that I was trying to get to before
And
you
you
rush
may call your
everything
next
out.
witness, sir.
I'm not calling any witness until I get an answer, Your Honor. You're a public servant.
You got an answer. It's not one that you like, but you got an answer.
Mr. Brooks,
You're supposed to be able to answer simple questions.
Mr. Brooks,
if I'm saying I have to bring
call
it to
your
your
next
attention,
witness, please. That's the stage that
I have
we
to
are
bring
at.
it to your attention, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks,
I'm merely seeking
please
to bring
stop.
an issue to your attention.
I'm telling you to please. I'm asking you to please stop.
And I'm asking you,
because
can we
we have the
address-
jury present.
I'm asking
and
you-
we need to continue with the evidentiary phase of this trial. Call your next
I'm
witness.
asking you to address a legal matter, as you said that those have to be taken up outside of the jury.
I will
There
do
was
that
a
at the
legal
next
matter-
break.
There was a legal matter that needed to be addressed beforehand,
I
so
will
we
do
don't
it-
have to take up time,
I will do
valuable
it at the
time
next break.
afterwards to address something that needs to be addressed now. That way,
Mr.
Oh
Brooks,
yeah, if you guys want my opinion, I think I addressed it in my commentary, but this suit looks awful for many things. First of all, it's oversized. Second of all, he chose a gray suit with a gray tie and I don't even know what color is that. It's like brownish, grayish, yellowish with dots. And if you guys know fashion, you know that you never you never mix squares and circles. So and he did exactly that. Like his shirt has squares and the tie has circles. So just never do that.
and you
for the
yourself are
third
on
time,
notice.
I will address it at the next break. Call your next witness, please.
Are you asking me?
I'm directing you to call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're not going to move past this, seeing as how you took an oath to protect the Constitution. I have your oath. I have a copy of your oath
Your oath.
right here. The oath that you took, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks,
oath
I'd like to
that you
continue
took.
with testimony.
Sir.
We have witnesses waiting for you. Please call your next witness.
The oath that you swore to protect the Constitution, which you are now not doing.
Mr. Brooks,
So you're going
call your
against
next
your
witness,
sworn
please.
oath. You're going against your sworn oath.
Mr. Brooks, call your next witness.
As you notify the jury every time when there's legal matters, we take them outside of their presence.
And we're going
I
to take
didn't-
testimony right now. Call your next
I merely
witness.
seek to put you on notice on the record for something that needs to be brought to your attention and
And
to
I
the
will-
court's attention.
And I will address it at
That's
the
what
next
I'm
break.
really seeking to do. It's something that shouldn't have to wait because it'll take up valuable time later. At least if I notify
He's
you
taking
right
time
from the
now.
onset, you'll already know what we're looking at, and we can nip it in the bud before everything starts to roll. And
Mr.
then
Brooks,
it gets
I will
overlooked.
address it at the next break. If you want to write something down, that's fine, and give it to my clerk. I have nothing in writing. I know there's witnesses available and ready to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you have to answer this question. You're
Mr.
making a
Brooks,
judicial determination.
Call
to
your
rush
next
me to
witness,
judgment.
please.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor.
There's no rush to judgment
There
here,
is a
sir.
rush to judgment. If you won't address a legal issue that I informed you that I had some legal issues that needed to be addressed before you just run right past that, Your Honor. You're a public
Mr.
servant.
Brooks,
Are you not a
it
public
is
servant?
9:37. Call
It is
your...
8:37.
Sorry, 8:37, you're right.
Whatever.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment. Call your next
We
witness,
had
please.
a legal matter that needed to be addressed, and I'm merely trying to
And I'm
notify the court.
Telling
at
you
the
I'm denying the
onset-
request to address it at this moment. Call your next witness.
You said what?
I'm denying your request to address it at this moment. Please
How
call.
can, how can you deny
please
something that we're supposed to do before
Mr.
the jury
Brooks.
even comes out?
call your witness.
I'm not seeking to be disruptive. I'm just seeking to understand why we do this
Everyone
every day.
is in the courtroom waiting for you. Please call your
Your
next
Honor,
witness.
we do this every single day. We've done it every single day. So I'm simply trying to make sure that the court is notified of
Put it
things
in
that need to
writing,
be
hand it to the
discussed.
bailiff, and if I deem it important enough to interrupt the witness, I will, but call your next witness.
How can I call a witness and write something down and do
You can
both?
take a minute
This
to
is the-
write down what
He
it
cannot do two really, really, really small things at the same time. I'm not surprised, by the way.
is.
This
I'm
is
not
the
asking
reason
you
why
to...
it needed to be addressed beforehand.
Mr. Brooks,
That way
the
it
jury is
doesn't become an
remaining in
issue.
this courtroom. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment, sir.
Are you not a public servant, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks,
Do I not have your oath of office?
under 90611, this court has the authority, as you know.
Do I not have?
Call,
Is this not a copy, or I asked for certified copies that you said on record that you would not provide for no good reason? That these are three
sir,
of your
you are
oaths
doing this,
right
and I've
here.
repeatedly told you, you can see the juries here. You're doing this.
Listen,
we
Your
need
Honor,
to go
I'm
forward.
I'm not attempting to delay the proceedings. I'm not attempting to be disruptive. I'm merely trying to notify Your Honor in the court for the record beforehand. That way, everyone's at least on notice of the issues that need to be taken up, instead of waiting until a break or a lunch and things of that nature, which kills
In my
valuable
discretion,
time.
it's my authority, it's the courtroom that I'm
Your Honor,
presiding over. I'm not going to address
is
that
this-
at this moment.
is this not your
and
oath?
I'm not going to answer
Did you not
questions.
swear as a public servant that you would protect the
Mr.
United
Brooks,
States Constitution?
call
Did you not do
your
that?
witness.
3 times.
Move on.
I have all of them. Here, your oath, Your Honor, as a public servant. And
Mr.
now you're
Brooks,
rushing me to judgment
there's no
when
rush
I'm
to
doing
judgment.
things lawfully by trying to notify you and notify the court of issues that need to be addressed
Mr. Brooks,
beforehand.
we are in
These
the
were issues-
evidentiary phase of this trial.
Your Honor, you're
Call
rushing
your
me to
next
judgment.
witness.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor. And I object
I'm
to
aware
that.
of 3 witnesses
I
who are
object-
here.
I object
Call
to
one
that.
of them, please.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Your objection's noted.
And
for the
I
record.
want a legal reconsideration of your ruling. If not, I reject that ruling and take exception.
You love this. Like, he has the script. Hello, Kevin. Thank you for the happy birthday. Hello, Krell. Tim and Eric. I never watched Tim and Eric. Yeah, he's just gaslighting. But thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon.
To that ruling,
I understand.
I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law for your ruling, and if not that, an interlocutory, declaratory appeal for this matter, and if not, these need to be stayed until this matter is before a adjudicated court of competent jurisdiction, because we have not proven jurisdiction in this court as of yet. Subject matter jurisdiction has not even been proven on the record, Your Honor. I don't even know the true nature and cause of
Mr.
the
Brooks,
charges against me. I don't even understand that part
I
of it.
understand
I haven't
your
been
request.
provided a complaint. I haven't. Your Honor, there's so many issues.
Mr.
and
Brooks,
I'm not
we will
attempting,
take-
I'm not attempting to be
Brooks,
disrespectful in any way.
we
I'm
need
not
to
attempting
continue.
to delay the proceedings.
I mean, can you imagine if he was trying to make the thing harder? Like, he's saying right now that he's not trying to do this. Can you imagine if he tried?
Requests are denied.
Your Honor, I
And I'm going to
respectfully
instruct the
object
jury
that.
at this point to
I
disregard
respectfully
and not
object to
consider
that, Your
any
Honor.
of what has just happened since you walked in. It should not be held against Mr. Brooks in any way. These are legal issues that this court may or may not need to address, but they do not bear in any way on ultimately the issues that you as jurors will have to decide. And I'm instructing you.
Yeah, he's in the first stage of the Donnie Kruger effect, which is that he has a tiny little bit of knowledge of what he's doing, but he doesn't know enough to know that he's wrong. So, yeah.
To disregard what you have just heard and seen.
Your Honor, with everything that I just said, be made part of the record.
It's on the record. I'm telling the jury that it shouldn't affect anything that they're doing in any way.
Your Honor, this.
Hello, Julie. Thank you for the happy birthday. How are you doing today?
With that,
it's a rush to judgment.
Mr. Brooks.
Because, Your Honor, I just showed your oath that you swore it took. You swore you
Mr.
did
Brooks,
this, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
You took these oath of offices. You did, Your Honor.
I really hate how his fingers look all gobbling like he's like, I can't even do that with my fingers. Like he's grabbing it like this, and then my fingers can't even do that thing.
I understand my oath,
which is
sir,
very
well.
commendable that that you decided to be a public servant in these type of matters, Your Honor. I respect it to the fullest, but also you have to uphold these oaths.
All right, I'm going to have to excuse the jury since Mr. Brooks is not calling his witness. We'll hopefully bring you back out shortly.
You have to honor these oath of offices. You have to, as a public servant, Your Honor. I respect you being a public servant. And this is not to take a shot at you in any way, but these
Mr.
issues
Brooks,
that I have,
stop. Please
they
stop.
need to be addressed.
I'm excusing the jury.
Helen, that question has been brought up a lot of times in these streams, and I think the main reason is because of drugs. That's my only answer. Like, they do enough drugs to not care about who he is. That's the only explanation that I have on my mind.
Can you please stop?
Your Honor, this is a rush to judgment. This is a clear bias.
Mr. Brooks, you are to stop talking.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, or you will forfeit your right to be present in this
So you're
courtroom
holding me
for
in
the
contempt?
questioning of your first witness.
Because you're holding me in contempt.
I'm not holding you in contempt.
Then how can you remove me from the courtroom when I haven't given consent?
Mr. Brooks.
She's explained this like 50 or 60 or 100 times, bro.
I'm advising you at this.
And that's the thing. When I do these kind of reactions, I put myself on the shoes of the jurors. And if this guy because of this guy, I would have to run in and out of the courtroom as much as they did. I would be like, okay, he's guilty. I don't even care if he did it or not. He's guilty.
This moment to call your next witness, or you will forfeit the right to call these witnesses.
You can't take
under
my
906.11.
Right.
You are refusing to call a witness.
I didn't refuse anything, Your Honor. And you can't deny me my Sixth Amendment right, which is
Mr.
to
Brooks,
call
do you want
witnesses,
to be present in
which
this
is to subpoena
courtroom
witnesses.
while you question your first witness? Because
Hey, feliz, muchas gracias, Kevin.
it is now 8:44, and you've consistently talked in front of the jury who's no longer in this courtroom on issues that you have been advised and are fully aware are not relevant to their determination, despite what you believe the law
didn't have anything
is.
to do with the jury,
Subject
Your Honor.
matter that is what you referenced in front of the jury, and then you
that
referenced
after I
my
had raised
oath.
the issues that I was
Subject
trying to
matter
raise.
jurisdiction, as you know, is not
As I
something
don't
the
know.
state has to be. The
It
state
has
must
to
prove.
be proven. It has to be. And
You are
if it doesn't,
frankly
show me
confusing
lawful law.
civil
Show me lawful
jurisdiction
law,
in
Your Honor.
federal cases
She doesn't have to show you anything. Look it up.
with criminal court jurisdiction in the state of Wisconsin.
You don't have criminal.
That
you
has
don't
been
even
made
have.
abundantly
You don't
clear.
have subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction.
Mr. Brooks,
Or personnel jurisdiction. You don't. You haven't proven.
you have not.
You
I
haven't proven
excuse
for
the
record.
jury. I'll give you the opportunity to raise whatever issue it was, but you need to do it now or we're moving forward.
That's what I want to do. That's what I was
So-
attempting to do.
And if you interrupt me one more time, you're going to go do it from the other courtroom.
And so you're holding me in contempt?
All right. He can go to the other courtroom,
Yes.
and we will address these issues because you are not being respectful. You are disruptive. You are interrupting. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't interrupt me again. Don't roll your eyes at me. Don't sigh at me.
Look at this. This is a child. This is just... he's less of a child. A child would understand all those things. But look at this.
You have delayed these proceedings now by 15 minutes because of your nonstop commentary. I'm going to sit down.
Remember when he was like, how is it my fault that we're taking a lot of days to do this? This is why.
And I'm going to listen to you. What issue do you want to raise, sir?
So are you letting me make an offer of proof for my appeal?
No.
No, because that's not what's relevant at this time, sir. If you don't need to make an offer of proof. Tell me what the issue is. You said you have a legal issue you want to raise before we get going. What is that issue?
Okay. The legal issue is this.
Okay.
Detective Casey yesterday testified for the second time under oath in reference to exhibits 13 and 14 that showed the backyard of my mother's home, which he stated that he had been to the home, had seen the backyard, all this stuff.
Yeah.
When he did not, in fact, even speak with my mother. It was brought to my attention that my mother, in fact, never spoke to any law enforcement from Waukesha.
Would you like to add her to your witness list to call her?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's
because
fine.
she's
That's
willing,
how we'll
she's
address
willing
that.
to come.
But that's not something
All
we
right.
need to address this
It needs
right
to be
away,
addressed
sir.
because of the issue of the subpoena. That's the reason why it needed to be addressed. That's the reason why I was trying to attempt to
It
bring
could
it
have
to
been
your
done on a
attention.
break.
Yeah.
All right, so
Would I be?
you're
because
putting
I have,
you're asking me to add Dawn Woods to the witness list for you.
yes, but I also have a question about the subpoena
The subpoena for whom?
for my mother.
What
But
about
I
it?
would also like to subpoena the phone records so it can be made part of the record of the conversation, since the prosecution listens to all the phone calls. They should be able to have heard that phone call as well. So they should be on notice of what was said.
I don't know.
So he wants the phone calls to be played to the jury. I don't think that's a good idea, bro.
Phone call you're referring to. If
I'm
you're referring to a
phone
jail
call
phone
from-
call,
I'm referring
then
to a jail phone call that was made last night, October 20th, between 7:54 p.m.
Although I would love to have those phone calls. The things that I will do to get those phone calls, because I think those are gold.
and 8:10 p.m., which I'm sure the prosecution has heard by now. And that also brings up the issue of perjury testimony.
sir, the way that you will address the issues that you're talking about are to call witnesses to challenge that or to present the evidence in support of your position. If you're telling me you need to add Dawn Woods to the witness list, I approve of that. You can fill out a subpoena and I'll direct the state to serve that upon her, and at the appropriate time we'll have her brought, we'll indicate when in the order of folks she can be brought in. So I'll grant that request.
Will I be
In
able
terms of the jail records, you'll have to subpoena the appropriate custodian or a witness who can testify to that.
That's what I was trying to gain knowledge of. Because
Well, I can't give you advice on that,
I'm
sir.
not trying to ask for advice. I was is that
That's
legal for
asking
me to
me
subpoena?
for, I can't direct how you do that. I can't tell you how to do that. You are acting as your own attorney, and you will need to figure that out. So,
Figure
you
it out,
have the
Brooks.
subpoena forms. You can research the issues. You have access to legal research materials and other things, and that's how you'll have to address
I
that.
accept for value in return for value this document.
Was that a subpoena form? It is. Thank you. Is there any other witnesses you're asking to add to your And you can also call Detective Casey if you want, just so you know.
So that make 3 times he's able to testify?
If you believe he has
Yeah.
information that he hasn't testified to, I will give you permission to call him as well.
No, I don't think it'd be necessary. He know what he did.
Well, in any event,
He know what he didn't do.
we're going to bring the jury back out, and then I expect you to call a witness.
And just so I'm clear, because I was trying to get to that issue, what witnesses are here? Because I don't have any paperwork for Kohler. I don't know. how to
Douglas
pronounce
Kohler,
it.
Stephen Guth, and Erica Patterson. Of those 3, I expect you to call one of those witnesses.
I accept for value in return for value this document.
For the record, Judge, Attorney Witchow just handed to the defendant for his benefit the police report as it relates to the statement of Douglas Kohler, since he's claiming he does not have it.
Since I know that I don't have it. So let's make that
But you're claiming it.
record correct.
You don't have it with you in the courtroom is what you're saying.
I can't find it anywhere.
You've had it previously.
Yes, I had it at one point.
All right. Are you ready to proceed forward, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury out.
The defense calls Douglas J. Kohler.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Is it Kohler?
Kohler.
Kohler. Good morning, Mr. Kohler. I want to direct your attention to November 21st of 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty well?
Fairly well, yes.
The thing that Tony, the thing that he was trying to say when he was like, I accept for value and return for value, is that he's trying to say that he's not actually receiving anything. Like when he grabs a paper, he's like, I'm grabbing it, but I'm not accepting it at all. So that's why he's doing that.
Well, let me back up for a minute. First of all, what do you do for a living?
I'm an IT director for a law firm.
Hey, IT, I do IT as well.
Been doing that for a long time?
I've been in IT for over 20 years.
Yeah, that is a long time. Directing your attention back to the night of evening of November 21st, 2021. What did you do that day?
Well, that day, I was preparing my daughter to march in the...
Yeah, also when accepting for value and returning for value is usually used when, like, let's say that, how can I say this? I don't know the best way to say it, but when they are like, say I just got my water bill on the mail. So if I accept for value and return for value, I'm technically paying that bill without giving them anything.
parade with her dance troupe. Got her dressed, and we had to change our plans last minute because my son was not feeling well. So it was just my daughter and I that went to the parade.
And at some point, you observed something happening. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Well, after my daughter had finished, I noticed a vehicle coming through where the parade participants were going. It was a red.
Yeah, you have like $1 billion in your birth certificate money that the government can use to negotiate with the rest of the world. It's all nonsense.
Vehicle. It was honking its horn. A police officer attempted to approach the vehicle. That police officer had...
I mean, they can, Kevin, I'm pretty sure they can be like, no, they cannot plead the fifth because this is not self-incrimination. That's a good question. I'm actually, I'm like, to spoil it a little bit, there's a lawyer that I know that has agreed to come to the show, like to come to the stream and do a video about Darrell Brooks. Like, we're gonna do that. I'm not sure when we're gonna do that, but he has agreed to do the video with me. So be on the lookout for that. Like, me talking to a real, actual live lawyer about the case, which I think is gonna be fun.
Reached for the door handle,
Bless you.
and at the time of that approach, the vehicle started to speed off.
You stated that you heard the vehicle honking its horn.
While it was on White Rock Avenue, it was honking its horn.
In your opinion, did the vehicle appear to try to avoid hitting people?
At that
Hey, thank you, Helen. Yeah, we try to make a, well, I try to have a really nice environment for everyone. Like, that's one of the reasons why I don't swear on videos or on streams, for that matter. I like to have a good environment for everyone. That like, if you have kids at home, and I know that a lot of you guys watch my streams and my videos on your TVs because YouTube tells me that. Hello, Tony, thank you. So if you're watching the stream on your TV and you have kids around, I don't want them to hear that. Like, I know I know that a lot of people get more views than I, or more subscribers than I, because they lean into that. Because it's funny. I mean, cursing is funny for a lot of people. It's funny for me sometimes. But I don't want to be that kind of creator, if that makes sense.
point, yes.
And you made reference to it coming in, the vehicle coming in contact with an officer. Did you see where the vehicle went after that interaction with the officer?
The officer attempted to make contact, but after that attempt, the vehicle sped southward.
Did you notice the vehicle strike anyone at that time?
I did not.
And what did you do after you saw the vehicle? Once it was out of your view?
Once it was out of my view, I grabbed my daughter and walked as fast as I could to my car.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows?
I believe the rear windows were tinted like most SUVs are.
So it'd be fair to say that you were subpoenaed to testify at some point. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall whom you received that subpoena from?
The Waukesha County Sheriff. Or
Do you
one
recall?
of the sheriffs.
I'm sorry. I didn't-
Or one of the sheriffs.
Were you or your daughter injured in any way during this incident?
No, we were not.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kohler.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. To be clear, sir, the subpoena you received was issued on behalf of the defendant, Darrell Brooks, correct?
I don't know. That information was not filled out on the subpoena.
Okay. You did provide a typed statement to the Waukesha Police Department.
Well, Nancy, what he's trying to say there is he's trying to be like, before I was doing all of these crimes, I wasn't hitting anyone, right? And everyone's like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that you hit someone after. But he's trying to convey that because he didn't hit anyone earlier, that means that there was no intent of hitting someone after.
Correct?
Objection leading.
And
Overruled. Only if there's an objection, let me rule on it first before you answer. Overruled. Go ahead. And his answer, I believe he answered it, but if not, did you answer it?
I'll ask again.
Thank you.
You did provide a written statement to the police
Yeah, it's really stupid,
department,
but
correct,
yeah.
sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. It's cross.
And in that statement, you described the SUV as driving erratically down White Rock Avenue, correct?
Objection. Didn't testify to that. That was
Oh,
asked and answered.
overruled.
Yes, just the event of driving past some participants on the right and then veering to pass the next group on the left.
Okay. You said at that point, when the vehicle was on White Rock, it was honking its horn, correct?
Correct?
There was no objection. You can answer.
Yeah.
And you got a look at the driver of the car, correct, sir?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
And you described the driver in your written statement as a black male with dark dreadlocks and visible tattoos. Is that correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your memory, sir?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
That is consistent with my memory today.
Once the vehicle went past the officer, you indicated that you saw it accelerate or speed off. Is that correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. 906.11 sub 3.
Yes, at that point it sped away.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly.
Go ahead.
Referring to the written statement that was just testified to the best of your recollection, do you recall stating that the SUV was a older model red Chevy Blazer?
At the time of that, the day of the parade, I just remembered the red SUV.
What assumption would lead you to describe the vehicle as a Chevy Blazer?
I believe in my assumption it was just to say it was a older boxy style SUV, and in my mind that relates closely to a Chevy Blazer.
Yeah, he thought he was a Chevy Blazer.
All right, thank you.
Whatever.
You may step down. And you also are excused. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
1 second. If I may have just a quick second.
Go ahead.
The defense will call Stephen Guth. Directing your attention to.
Oh, here we go. Stephen Guth. I love this guy. I love this. He's the way that you know that he's been in the force for a long time. So the way that he asks questions to Darrell Brooks is really, he really pushed him to work for those answers.
Evening of
And I love
November
that.
21st of 2021. Do you recall that evening?
I do.
And were you on duty that evening?
Not initially.
For more clarification, what do you mean by not initially?
It was a regular off day for me. but I received notification to respond to the police department for the mass casualty incident in the downtown area of Waukesha.
So at that point, I'm assuming you were dispatched to that location?
I was not dispatched. We use Signal. It's an app that's used that we can share information for investigations. And I received a Signal message that this tragedy just happened.
When you got to the parade, what did you do at that point?
I went to the downtown area to assess and see what I could help with.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with the woman by the name of Erica Patterson?
Yes.
What was the nature of that part of your investigation?
When I made contact with our command center, they had
Hello, Limac. Good afternoon, good night. How are you doing?
learned the name of Daryl Brooks, and had learned that Erica Patterson was the estranged girlfriend of the suspect of this investigation.
You made reference to estranged girlfriend. What do you mean?
He doesn't know what estranged means. That's all he's doing. He doesn't know the word estranged.
I don't know if I should answer that.
I think the question was pertaining to the word estranged. But we'll move on.
Yeah, move on.
The jury will disregard that last question, that it's been withdrawn. And the statement made by Detective Guth following that.
I'm assuming at some point you took a statement from Miss Patterson?
I did.
Do you recall if it was recorded, written, you writing it? What was the nature of how the report was taken?
Well, her words were spoken and they were recorded, and then I prepared a report.
Did you prepare the report that same evening?
No.
When did you prepare the report?
Sometime after the 22nd of November.
Why not the same evening?
Because
Why the same
after I
evening?
spoke with her, I wanted to go back and speak with her again.
Did you obtain any statements from any other people that may have been involved with Miss Patterson?
I did not.
Do you know, to your recollection, if any other officers have taken statements from parties that may have been involved with Miss Patterson?
Too many mays.
Well, the night of November 21st, 2021, I did have a partner with me, another detective.
Do you recall him talking to any other parties that may have been involved with Miss Patterson?
Well, the detective that was with me was a female, Detective Barron.
The question was, do you know if your partner had any interactions with parties that may have been involved with Miss Patterson?
I don't believe so.
Hold on,
but
are
I
you
can't-
specifically referring to a date certain or just in general?
I think it was clear.
I need it clear for the record,
The
though.
date would be
On the
November
21st?
21st
Okay,
of 2021.
thank you with that clarification.
No, I don't believe so.
Did you learn at any point that there may have been other parties involved with Miss Patterson?
In which incident?
I'm referring again to November 21st of 2021.
Yes.
Do you recall who those parties were?
Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby.
Do you recall if your partner spoke with any of those parties?
Which partner?
I'm guessing the female partner that you made reference to.
No, she did not.
And in that recorded interview with Ms. Patterson, what did you learn about the evening of November 21st, 2021?
Which recording?
I wish one of the Leos would have answered the question about why they didn't do the report on the same day. Yeah, I mean, they don't have
Are there
to.
multiple recordings?
Yes.
What did you learn about the evening of November 21st, 2021 from both recordings with Ms. Patterson?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point, as this testimony covers ground that was very clearly covered during the state's case in chief.
I'll give Mr. Brooks some leeway.
No,
You're asking
don't.
For hearsay, though, you understand that.
I asked him, what did he learn?
Fair enough.
Never
Go
give
ahead,
him
give me the
leeway.
answer.
She was injured by Daryl Brooks on November 20th, which would have been Saturday. She stated that she met with Mr. Brooks at Frame Park, and they were arguing over the fact that she did not give him money, and he injured her by slapping her in the mouth and punching her in the eye. The next day, she got in a motor vehicle with him over the same argument. He was mad that she did not provide him with money. He proceeded to try to take her phone because he thought she was talking to other guys. Slapped her in the mouth, punched her in the eye. She jumped out of the motor vehicle because she feared for her safety and made her way back towards Frame Park. While walking back towards Frame Park, she was calling her friends, Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby, to come help her. When she arrived back near Frame Park in front of White Rock School, there was a confrontation in front of White Rock School with Mr. Brooks, Erica Patterson, Corey Runkle, and Nicholas Kirby, where there was some kind of shoving match. And that's when Mr. Brooks got back into the motor vehicle and took off down White Rock towards Main Street. Erica Patterson then made her way back towards the Women's Center.
Made reference to being told about an incident from Saturday, November 20th. And then stating that in the second interview, Ms. Patterson stated that didn't happen. Is that correct?
No.
She didn't state that it didn't happen. She just stated that she didn't drive around with him on Saturday, November 20th. But she also met with him and was slapped in the mouth that day too.
Another dumb question by Darrell. That it only hurts him to ask these questions.
If it pleases the court, I have a document here I would like to show the witness.
You may use the document camera if that's hooked up. Otherwise, the bailiff can take it to the witness.
Before we go through that process, I'm going to object. Maybe
Let
we
me
should
see the
talk about
document.
this. Yeah.
All right, and give that back to Mr. Brooks. Given the content of that document, I'll sustain the objection, or what that document is, I should say.
Good.
Staying on what grounds?
It's not relevant, yep, to this witness's testimony.
How is it not relevant?
It's not relevant.
It's not relevant.
You made reference to November 20th.
So what?
That's what this document is talking about.
It's not relevant to the charges at issue. We can take it up later, and if need be, I'll let you recall the witness, but I'm directing you to move on to a new topic.
Your Honor, I'm going to respectfully object to that and ask for a finding of fact.
The objection's noted, it's sustained. Well, their objection's sustained, yours is overruled. Please continue.
Is that noted for the record? I would like a Written finding of fact.
Yes,
The
it's
request is
noted.
denied. Keep going, please.
Denied on what grounds? On what lawful law?
Oh
Keep going,
my
sir.
God.
It's not relevant.
Are you making the judicial determination that you don't have to answer that question?
She doesn't have to.
Sir, I've ruled on the objection. It's on the record. Please keep going.
Once again, information that needs to be known is being hidden.
It's being hidden. Information is being hidden, guys.
It's not relevant, sir. Please
It's
continue.
very relevant. He just opened the door on that by saying November 20th.
Objection. Move to strike all of the comments made by Mr.
Yeah, every time that I hear 90611, it reminds me of that one song, the 9075209 or something like that. Do you guys know that song? It's the number of some. I don't know. You guys know it. I'm sure you guys know it. Dun, 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 dun.
Mr. Brooks in the
507
last 20 seconds or
5209.
so, especially with regard to any implication that he hasn't had all of the discovery material.
Objection, I never made any
Right.
mention of not having any discovery material. That never
The
was
jury will
stated.
just disregard, as I've told the jury repeatedly, comments made or statements made by the parties, whether they be lawyers or the parties themselves, are not evidence, and you're to disregard them. Facts that are not in evidence, you should not consider that in any way either.
In your, let me back up. You wrote your own report, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And in your report, you referred to 2 incidents. Would that be fair to say?
Just to clarify, which report are you speaking about? I wrote several reports.
8675309. Thank you,
The
Tony.
one written November 22nd of 2021.
I do reference 2 reports and 1 CAD call.
What was the last part? Cat call?
A CAD call, yes.
What do you mean cab call?
Not cab, CAD.
CAD.
C-A-D.
Cat.
A CAD call.
What do you mean cat call? What?
That's a call for service that does not generate a police report.
And what was that cat call?
That was a call for service near Frame Park for a fight involving potentially a domestic related incident.
Do you recall any other details about that CAD call?
There wasn't much in it because the officer had to leave to go to the parade.
Do you recall a mention of a knife during that CAD call?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, do you recall anyone recovering a knife or you yourself recovering a knife?
There was no knife involved in that incident through my investigation of the report that you have.
But it is fair to say that that's how the CAD call went out, that there was potentially a knife fight.
That's how it was initially, I believe, reported or communicated through dispatch to the officers that responded.
You made reference in your report that in the previous interview that Ms. Patterson was not completely forthright.
And again, he doesn't know what forthright means.
Exactly do you mean by not completely forthright?
She did not give me all the details of the incidents to me initially.
Do you recall why?
How can he know?
I don't know why she didn't.
So it'd be fair to say that Ms. Patterson had been untruthful with you in the first.
No.
No, she told me she was extremely afraid of you. And that's why she didn't want to tell me everything.
Well, you just stated that you didn't know why she was not forthright.
I can't read her mind, but that's what she told me.
At any any time during your investigation in regards to the incidents with Ms. Patterson, did you at any time see interviews that were conducted with Nicholas Kirby and Corey Runkle?
What do you mean by see them?
Had you seen any statements made by those two parties?
No.
No.
Would it be fair to say that at some point they were interviewed by law enforcement officers, to your recollection?
Yes.
Sure.
And you never seen any of those interviews?
They weren't video recorded.
Had you seen any written statements from them or report from law enforcement?
I received a summary of what they stated verbally from another detective, yes.
So it'd be fair to say you did have knowledge of what they said transpired on November 21st of 2021.
I had knowledge of what they said. I didn't see anything. Correct.
Yeah, it's different.
And to the best of your recollection, seeing what those two parties had said, what do you recall?
Objection.
Grounds.
Evidence. You didn't see what they said, and also calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you read
Objection.
from those statements given by those two parties?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I don't think it could be called lying by omission because he was asked a direct question. So he just asked the question. He just answered the question that he was given.
Saying.
Calls for hearsay.
One second. Do you recall what officer took those statements from Nicholas Kirby and Corey Runkle in relation to the incident on November 21st of 2020?
But they also have Erica has the thing about like she's not just a regular person like you were like, how do I say this? She wasn't just a person giving information. She was an abused victim, and she was just doing the best that she could. Like there are some circumstances around it that is not just black and white.
21.
Yes. Yes.
And what law enforcement officer was that?
Detective Van Els.
And after that report that you wrote on November 22nd of 2021, was that the end of your investigation into the incident of November 21st of 2021?
No.
And what was the extent of your investigation after November 22nd of 2021?
Judge, I'm going to object. Well, on the defendant's behalf, I believe here, based on some previous rulings the court has made.
Sustained.
He's actually objecting on the behalf of Dara Brooks. Move on, Brooks. Chop chop, remember? Chop chop.
And did you speak with Ms. Patterson again after filing your report?
Yes.
In reference to the incident from November 21st of 2021?
I don't understand your question.
Did you speak with Ms. Patterson after you filed your report in relation to the incident from November 21st of 2021?
No.
In relation to the alleged incident on November 20th
Alleged, by the way.
of 2021, do you know if that alleged incident ever took place?
Objection.
Grounds.
Calls for hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Well, you reported it.
It also goes to one of the ultimate issues that the jury will need to determine, so it's sustained.
No questions, no further questions right now at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
Nope.
No, Your Honor.
May have something later for that particular.
If you have something for that witness, just ask the questions. He's right there. Like, he was expecting the state to ask some questions so he could ask them again when he was in redirect. Why would you want to not ask the questions right now?
Witness.
All right, I'll try to raise that on an appropriate break. Call your next witness, please.
Is there only one witness left?
Yes. For that, yes, for that time. Yes. I
No
believe.
one else is here?
No.
No, it's not 10:30 yet.
What else you got, Brooks?
Who's supposed to come in 10:30, right?
Who cares?
Call your next witness, please. I don't have that list right at my fingertips.
You said what happened?
I don't have that list right at my fingertips, but I know there's a witness available, so please call your next witness.
Can I be provided that 10:30 list?
No.
Does the state have that? You could pass it over. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Sure, let me jot it. I have it, but I'll write it up for Mr. Brooks to review, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And see how much they are helping him?
I set for value in return for value this paperwork.
All right.
Thank you. If everyone would have a seat then. Please call your next witness.
And who determined this order?
You.
Mr. Brooks, I'll take up that issue outside the presence of the jury later. There is a witness available. Please call the witness.
That's not the witness that was intended to be called at this time.
I understand that, sir. Under 906.11, I have the authority and the discretion on that, so please call the witness who's available.
So I'm being rushed to jail.
No.
No, sir, I'm trying to have an effective and efficient use of all of our time. So please call the witness.
Which is respected, but at
Is
the same
it?
time, being this is my time
Right,
to
I'm going to
present my
excuse the
defense.
jury for right now. I'll rise for the jury, please. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I do have the authority and just my inherent authority over this case to require you to call the next available witness. You, in my opinion, were not entirely cooperative yesterday with the process, and so I told you that 3 witnesses would come in at 8:30, 2 would come in at 10:30, 2 would come in at 1:30, 2 would come in
Hello,
at 3:30.
Sunflower Sky. I didn't see you
And then
there.
if there were any
Good
left,
night.
I wasn't sure if there were or not.
How are you doing today?
Would come in at 4.
You also didn't provide me with that list,
You were advised on the record,
but
sir.
you didn't provide it to me.
So
Sir,
what?
you chose not to write down. So that's on you, not me.
Nah, that's
So
no. You
here's
can't.
the
That's
thing.
a rush to
Erica
judgment.
Patterson is here, so I'm advising you that she will be the next witness that you call if you so choose. If you choose not to call her right now, then I'm releasing
I'm
her
good.
from
I'm
the
just
subpoena.
I'm having fun
Because
with you
we
guys. Just
have
watching
almost
dumb
45
Darrell
minutes
do
until
dumb
10:30,
things.
Just slightly under that.
Hey,
On
Tal,
your list,
thank
she
you.
is on the
Israel,
the
hello.
listing as I understand it, the groupings of 3, Tuesday
That you
morning,
understand it.
Tuesday afternoon,
Did you
Wednesday
receive it?
morning, Wednesday afternoon, and so on and so forth. That's the order. I told you very specifically, I'm not going to have everyone come in at one time because that's not efficient, that's not effective, and it's not courteous to them. So I'm advising you that if you don't call her right now, you will forfeit your right to call her.
Is that lawful law?
Yes.
Sir, I believe I have the authority to do that. She's here. She's ready to go.
I'm just
She's
asking the
your
question.
witness.
I'm just asking the question. Is that lawful law?
Why are you up so early on a Sunday?
I have the authority under 90611 and other rules and the inherent authority of this court to control the order and mode of interrogation
Your Honor,
of
why
witnesses.
is it always so hard to just say yes or no?
Yes,
Is it lawful
I have
law?
the authority, sir.
I'm not disputing that.
You just
I'm not
disputed
disputing.
that.
No, I asked the question. Is it lawful law?
Sir, I've told you what I believe my authority is. Okay,
You
if you
told
don't
me
want
what
to
you-
recognize it,
you
that's
told
fine.
me
You
your
want to
authority.
object and note it, that's
You told
fine.
me your
Your
authority.
objection
I'm
is
not.
noted
I'm not
on the
debating
record.
your authority. I'm not.
So I will address one other issue with you because you said you had an issue regarding the last witness, which is fine. We can address that quickly, and then I'm going to have the jury brought in, and that will be your opportunity to call
That's a
Ms.
misdirect.
Patterson.
That's a misdirect. What issue did I say I had with the
You
last?
said you wanted to raise
said-
an issue with about
What
Detective
I said
Guth's
was
testimony.
I might have more credit.
Little off topic, but interest to know the time there. My time here, it's 9:47 p.m.
More questions for that witness. I didn't say it was an issue.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sir. You had your opportunity to ask the witness questions. He's been released.
Your Honor, if I mumble something under my breath, somehow that's audible, but when I talk clearly, somehow
I may
nobody
have
hears
missed
me.
it, but I heard what I interpreted was when you said I may have an issue with this witness. I didn't understand. I guess I didn't take that as you were going to reserve your right to recall him. Are you telling me you'd like to reserve your right to recall Detective Guth?
Yes, no.
All right, then
Thank
that will
you.
be noted, and we'll keep him under the subpoena. Now, that should address that. I'll have the jury brought back in, and you should be prepared if you choose to call Ms. Patterson. This is your opportunity to do it.
At the same time, though, that's still a rush to judgment, Your Honor. I shouldn't be forced to call people in the order that I'm being told to when these are my witnesses, my subpoenas.
You did not want to provide us with the order, and I respected that, Mr.
yeah.
Brooks.
But I said that
And
from the
so then
beginning.
I asked
Your
you
Honor,
to put
with
him
all
in
respect,
blocks.
did I not inform Your Honor in the court that I would not give a specific order? I stated that numerous times.
So
Mr.
what?
Brooks,
Numerous
I
times.
have authority to tell you otherwise. You
I
may
did-
not like it. You may
I did.
disagree with
It's
it.
not
You
about
have
that.
been-
It's about the rush
you
to
have not
judgment,
been
Your Honor.
cooperating with this process. The
There's
state
nothing
has
to cooperate
graciously
with.
agreed to assist you given your custodial status.
Okay, and I never asked them to do
any
that.
attorney in this
I
situation
never asked them to do that, Your Honor.
Yes, you did. I'm sorry, but yes, you did. At the beginning, when we were just starting this whole thing, you said that any help is appreciated. You said that. I can roll back and watch that. You said any help is appreciated when they offer to help with the witnesses. So don't bring this up now. He thinks that we don't remember.
would give us the order.
Did I or did I not? Did I ask them to do that?
Yes.
I did not ask them to do that. They
No,
volunteered.
They offered.
So at the end of the day,
but we expect
if
your
they didn't want to do
cooperation
it,
in that.
yeah, but that wasn't one of the stipulations when they offered to do it, Your Honor. Let's
No, common courtesy is the stipulation.
okay,
sir.
but it
And
wasn't
here's the
stipulated
thing.
to, so I didn't have.
You are well advised of how this process was going to go.
No, I was not.
It is
because
normal
if you
in a trial.
you can't
to call
put the people
witnesses
you can't
out
put the
of
people
order
in a
based on
specific
their
spot for me,
availability.
Your Honor. Come on now.
Yes, you
That
can.
is-
That's a rush to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment here. You
Did
keep
the
saying
state
that, sir,
have to
but
put
that's
their
not the
witnesses?
case.
Your Honor, with all due
Judge Doro was like, you keep saying that word. You keep saying that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Shout out to anyone who knows where that's from.
respect, did the state have to put their witnesses in order and tell me?
It's irrelevant what the state did. in
Did
that
they have to
regard.
do that?
They didn't need your assistance to do that.
Did they have to do it?
No, they did not.
I didn't have to be
do it.
provided with. We're going to call this witness at this time,
But they're
and this
able
witness at this
to
time.
contact
They
their
didn't have to do that, so why should I have
and
to do that?
accommodate their schedules. This is not about you. It's not about the
Hey,
state. It's about the witnesses'
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you trying to control what's happening in this court.
How am I controlling what's happening? I'm the one shackled to the table with
So
a
here's the
with a
situation.
shock device
It is
on my ankles.
9:52.
So how's I'm trying to control anything?
I'm
I
having
just
to-
want this
I'm
to be
going
fair,
to-
and it hasn't been fair.
Mr. Brooks, it's fair.
No, it's not. If I have to do something that they don't have to
Inconceivable.
do, how's that fair?
It's fair.
Explain to
because
me how
of
that's
the
fair.
process that has been set up to frankly help you. get
No,
the
it's not
witnesses
helping me by
to
it's helping
court.
the state
And no.
by being able to say if we know the time and we know
You
the
did
person
not-
and
I
we know this,
asked you-
then we can be prepared. So we'll already be ready.
Mr. Burch,
That was
I
the
asked
whole
you
aim of
yesterday,
that.
and I would have had her come in later. You didn't want to answer that question.
There was no
And
question.
I-
There was no question to answer.
that's not
I
true.
did what you asked me to do, Your Honor. You
No, you
said
didn't.
yes, you did. You did. You asked me to give them my witness
Mr.
list.
My name is Inigo Montoya, and you killed my father. Prepare to die.
Brooks,
I gave them my witness list. It's not my fault. It's not my fault they weren't going to be prepared to
Mr.
do
Brooks,
their
here's the
to
deal.
do
The
their
jury's
cross.
coming out, and I'm going to stand my ground on this.
I'm going to
Okay,
stand my
it
ground
is-
too, but I'm
if
not
you
going to
don't call
be
her-
disrespectful or disruptive.
If you
I'm just
don't
stating I
call
want it to be
her,
fair.
When the jury comes back out, I'm releasing her from the subpoena.
You can't do that.
For
Law-
your
where's
lack
the
of
lawful law?
cooperation.
Where's the lawful law? I have the right to
You
witnesses,
have to cooperate with this process.
but I
sir.
also have the right.
Yeah, I will be charging the ankle shocks right now. You don't think they were prepared for... Yeah, they were prepared for everything. He wasn't prepared for nothing. That's the difference.
Sixth Amendment right.
We have a witness available for you to call. I can require
It's
you
not
to
the
call
witness
her
that
right
should have
now.
been called at this time, Your Honor.
It is based on the list that you provided and
That
in
didn't
the
have a
order.
time. That didn't have a time or of
I'm not going to
or an
play
order.
this game with you, sir.
It's not no game.
It
That's what
was-
you don't
it
seem
is
to
a game
understand.
you. I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe
It
fully.
is a
Alright.
game.
It's not a game. I don't take this as a
asked-
game. That's what
me explain
nobody.
this to you
That's what
once
nobody.
again.
You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think
you
that
want
this
the
is a whole
opportunity
game
to
to me.
question?
This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke.
I never
That's
said
what
it
y'all
was a
don't
joke.
understand.
But there's
And it's
some things in
unfair.
the ship
It's
that's going on.
unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a joke.
What type of
Look at this little man screaming. Like, dude, chill. No one cares. It's not that important.
statement is that?
Mr.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So,
And I understand.
I think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you should show
we're
some
gonna take
respect.
a 5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's coming out, and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in recess.
Nah, you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about.
I don't care what you're talking about.
I will be advising the clerk to have the jurors brought out, and then I'll ask you, sir, to call the defense next witness.
Can we address subject matter jurisdiction and still has to be proven for the record?
No.
I decline to do so. Your objection is noted for
Is
the
the
record.
audio on?
Is the audio on?
Your objection is noted for the record.
Is the audio on?
Yes.
It's on.
So we're not going to address subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven for the record.
For the record, I have addressed it,
No, you haven't
and
proven it
there's
for
a
the
written,
record.
and your objection's noted for the
Have
record.
you proven subject matter jurisdiction for the record? Have you proven it? Has the prosecution proven it?
Oh, okay. Email that to her and print it off.
So that's a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that, Your Honor, being a public servant?
Yes.
I was talking to my clerk. I didn't hear what you asked. The jury's coming in.
You heard what I asked.
I actually did not.
Come on, Your Honor. Come on now. Come on now. We got to cut that out. You know you have to prove subject matter jurisdiction. You know that.
You know that. Oh God, Sunflower Sky, I have PTSD from Mad Boy Fly. Like, remember The Business? Like, go watch that video again. See that expression on my face? It was legit. Like, I don't act for this. I don't overreact for this. Everything is like as real as it gets. And oh Jesus, The Business is one of the worst things that I heard in my life.
Oath of office, you know that.
The defense may call its next witness, please.
Be here 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I got the paperwork since I'm being rushed to judgment. That's not right. Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Defense calls Erica Patterson.
Yeah, the small kitchen with everything, everything. It's just, I have bad memories. Let's just leave it at that. Like, I still cannot recover from that. It's too much.
Thank you. We'll have her brought in.
Since I'm being rushed to judgment.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. If you would please make your way to the witness stand.
Hey,
which is on my
hello,
right.
Sprinkle
Mr.
Cake.
College
Good night.
Supervisor
How are you
Erica
doing?
Patterson. Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Oh, they wasn't spelling the name?
Why?
I believe it's on the record from previously, but go ahead. You can spell your first and last names, please.
ERIKAPATTERSON.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm trying to find some relevant paperwork here.
Relevant paperwork. Oh, I got a cake. If you guys are on my Discord, you wouldn't know seen the cake that I got.
1 second, I'm trying to
I got a mocha espresso thing.
When
Like
you're ready.
this is a little mug. It's really cool. It's made out of metal. Look at that. And I got this Lego Nissan Skyline, which is really good. We're in the process of finishing up. But I think we made the last
I'm just gonna start the questioning. I'm not seeming to find paperwork that I just had on the table for some reason, odd reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna be one of those persons that is really into coffee. Like I went to Hawaii last May, and I brought some Kona beans. I want to try that. I need to get a grinder though. Thank you,
So what do you
Sunflower.
do for a living?
I have my CNA certificate.
Okay, so can someone tell me? No, not chocolate for Rory. What does she say here? Something about a certificate?
What do you do for a living?
I have my CNA certificate.
I'm going to direct your attention to the evening of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was hanging out with my friend Corey at Frame Park. I had spoken to you, Mr. Dale Brooks. You came out there.
Oh, nursing. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
After Miss Corey separated from me with her friend. Me and you got into an argument.
Whoa. Pursuant to the question?
I am answering.
I never heard about Israeli coffee. I heard about Turkey coffee. That they made it with sand. That seems cool.
I was referring to the judge. I think I kind of got a little ahead of.
Oh. Mr. Burch, I'll let you interrupt the answer and you can ask a follow-up. I apologize. I was instructing the clerk to turn up the volume. So go ahead, ask your question.
Same question?
Sure.
Sure.
What were you doing the evening of November 21st, 2021 before linking up with the alleged defendant?
Hanging with my roommate at the time at Frame Park.
And what were you and your roommate doing?
I'll object. We covered this ground during her testimony previously.
Objection and grounds for, I object to that and grounds for the objection on behalf of the state.
What?
Mr. Burch, we did cover many of these topics previously, so if there's new topics, please go to those. I'll give you a little bit of leeway to lay some foundation, but go ahead, ask your question.
That's
the objection is from the state is overruled. Do you remember the question?
You asked me what we were doing at the park with Corey? Is that your question?
Yes.
We were drinking. I was drinking Mike's Hard.
Mike's Hard.
Do you recall around what time of the evening it was when you and your roommate arrived at the park?
I do not remember.
Do you recall having any phone interactions during that time when you and your roommate were at the park?
Phone interactions, yes.
Do you recall who they were with?
You.
Who is
What do you
you?
mean by you?
Daryl Brooks.
Would it be fair to say that during those phone interactions, there was a talk of you guys meeting up? Would that be fair to say?
No, but Tal, they do it with sand, right? They have hot sand, and that's what heats up the water, and that's how the coffee is made, right? That's what I saw in a video on YouTube.
Yes.
Do you recall, to the best of your recollection, what time that would have been at?
No, I don't remember. It was throughout the day.
And so at some point, would it be fair to say that you did meet up with the alleged defendant?
Ah,
Yes.
okay.
Do you recall what time that was?
I just told you no.
Do you recall if you were still at the park during that time, or had you moved locations?
Still at the park.
I'm assuming.
Why are you
Or-
assuming?
Let me back that up. Would it be fair to say that at some point during the meetup with the alleged defendant, things
Alleged.
got a little chaotic? That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall if at that point you were still at the park?
When we met up,
Yes.
well, we were at the park for a second, then we drove around.
Where did you drive to?
Around, then me and you, Mr. Brooks, were arguing in the car. We went up this is a street, it's like a hill. Went up there, and then me and you got into an altercation. I got out of the car, walked back towards Frame Park.
Well, wait, again.
Hold on, she's answering
Okay.
your question.
Um,
You asked her where you drove from. Go ahead,
What?
finish.
Yes, ma'am. And then I was walking down the street when I left your car. And that's when you followed me, and I walked back towards Frame Park. And you were following me.
Made reference to walk back to Frame Park.
I don't know the exact street name. It was the walk back down the hill. I don't know the exact street name.
Did you at any time, sorry, did you at any time during your travels back to Frame Park, did you at any time notice that there was something going on in the area?
No. When I got to Frame, I was too worried about walking back to Frame Park. When I got to Frame Park after I left it, that's when I realized there's something going on.
And did you ever arrive back at Frame Park?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived back at Frame Park?
I called my friend Corey and told her that me and Mr. Brooks got into an altercation. Mr. Brooks was following me. I went back to the SUV, the car, and you argued with me somewhere. I walked back across the street, and by that time, Miss Corey had walked toward us to meet up with me.
And you made reference to you calling your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall? Well, let me back up a little bit.
Again?
Did you call your friend Corey or the friend that she had left you to hang out with?
Corey's phone, I kept calling her phone. Her phone kept going to voicemail, so then I called Nick's phone. He put Corey on the phone. I said, Daryl Brooks had just hit me.
All right.
I want to back up a little bit,
More?
if I may, to the day prior, November 20th of 2021.
You don't
Do
want to
recall
go
what
there,
you were doing
Brooks.
that day?
Well, where I was staying at the shelter at first, I was arguing still with Mr. Brooks all throughout the day. Me and Corey had left, and Corey and I stepped away, and I went back to Frame Park. I went to Frame Park, that's where I met you at. Me and you also got into an argument that day. But we didn't drive around. We're at the frame park.
So you're saying that you and the alleged defendant were together the day of November 20th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time that was?
I do not remember.
Do you recall at any time on November 21st of 2021 being interviewed by a Detective Guth?
Yep.
And do you recall giving a recorded report at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if you had given Detective Guth all the details of the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021?
Here we go, trying to make her look like a liar.
When I seen him.
Funny.
Funny.
Were
What
you
is funny?
aware that it was reported there was in fact no incident on November 20th, 2021?
That's not true.
Objection. Move to strike the answer and the question.
Grounds.
Lack of personal knowledge. Hearsay.
Sustained. I'll strike the question and the answer. The reason stated, sir, rephrase, or...
So can I show the witness that same paperwork that I attempted to show?
No.
And why not?
Not relevant.
How's it not relevant when that was just testified to? Wouldn't that be opening the door?
No.
Next question.
Any reason why it would be reported no incident happened on November 20th of 2021?
Same objection.
Grounds.
You need to move on.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
The record speaks for itself.
So, upon speaking to Detective Guth during the first interview, do you recall why you were not forthright with information?
It wasn't that I was not forthright. I just didn't tell him everything right away.
Why not?
I don't know, Mr. Brooks.
When speaking with a law enforcement officer, would it be fair to say that you should be truthful and honest?
I was very
She
truthful. I
was.
wasn't telling everything at once. Told him the next day, Mr. Brooks.
And in the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021, were you injured?
No. Well, you did hit me a little, like a little.
Were you injured?
No, I didn't have any marks on me. Is that what you're asking?
So where were you injured?
By my lip?
Objection. This states the evidence.
Grounds.
I believe the witness understood the question. She answered it. It may stand.
Did your roommate observe any injuries from the alleged incident on November 20th, 2021?
She knew about it, but there's nothing visible on my face.
Do you know if your roommate had spoken with law
Alright, good
enforcement
night.
about these alleged incidents?
Yeah, I'm
on
also
November 20th of
I'm also ready to go to bed. I'm just gonna wait. How long does this now? We still have a long time for this. All right, we gotta get to the pictures. You have, I have like 10 minutes left of the
November
stream.
21st of 2021.
Thank you for stopping by, Foxy.
Did she ever tell you yourself that she was interviewed by any law enforcement?
I don't remember.
Good night, Kevin.
So what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant on November 20th, 2021?
I don't remember.
Was it morning time? evening
Afternoon.
time? I didn't hear that.
Afternoon.
And what were you doing prior to the alleged?
Yeah, Chris. His opening statement is one of the worst opening statements ever put on any like judicial setting. It's the worst of the worst.
Meeting up with the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Ask and answer.
When?
Next question, please.
When was it answered? So to the best of your recollection, you can't recall why an alleged incident on November 20th of 2021 was reported to never happen?
Objection.
Grounds?
Same reasons as the previous objections.
Seems facts not in evidence. Mischaracterizes her prior testimony and irrelevant.
I object to that respectfully and
Next
ask for a
question.
legal finding of fact and a legal reconsideration of that ruling, Your Honor.
Denied. Noted for the record. Next question, please.
I'm trying to figure out how something got pulled out of thin air.
Hello, Tony. Yeah, I try to do this as much as I can. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of free time sometimes. Like life and work and all that stuff. I have to do those in order to continue to be able to make streams. But I try to stream as often as I can.
Interesting. So it would be fair to say that you have a child in common with the alleged defendant. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Is that the only child in common?
Yes.
You have any other children?
Objection.
Grounds?
Has nothing to do with the case. Sorry.
Hold on,
I'm
there's
sorry.
been an objection. Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
It's not
The record
relevant.
speaks for itself. Next question.
What was the record speaking for itself? I didn't hear it.
Not relevant.
How is it not relevant?
Next question, please.
How is it not relevant? The child that
Hello. All right, Helen. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it a lot. Good night. I'm also I have like 5 minutes left, and then I'll go to bed as well. I have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for coming.
you have in common with the alleged defendant? How old is that child?
15.
Do you keep regular contact with that child?
Off and on.
Describe what you mean by off and on.
I'll object.
Grounds.
This is not relevant.
Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds.
It's not
It's
relevant.
not relevant, sir.
She answered it.
So what?
Next question, please.
child in common that you have with the alleged defendant, does that child live with you?
No.
Grounds?
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained, not relevant. You don't have to answer that.
Do any of your children live with you?
Objection.
Grounds?
Irrelevant.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
It's
Not
irrelevant.
That goes to the credibility, Your Honor, so how's it not relevant?
The objection has been sustained.
For relevancy.
Yes.
I object to that and would like to inform you that I intend to appeal that decision unless you want to give a legal reconsideration of that ruling.
Noted for the record, I direct your attention to 906.16, and the basis for the objection being sustained is it does not fall within the categories listed. Next question.
Is that lawful law?
Yes.
Next question, please, sir.
I'm getting there. This is lawful law.
Wisconsin State Statute 906.16.
That doesn't answer my question, but okay.
Okay. Then why did you say that?
Where did you meet the alleged defendant?
Reno, Nevada.
How long have you known the alleged defendant?
16 years.
You made reference to meeting in Nevada. Do you recall where you met at?
Nevada.
No. I don't remember.
In relation to the alleged incident on November 21st of 2021, would it be fair to say that there's been no contact between you and the alleged defendant?
Not since then, no.
That last answer was kind of low. Did you say no?
I said no, not since then.
So that would mean, assuming, that would mean no contact at all via phone or anything like that.
No.
Yeah.
So my question would be, I don't know if you can see them from here, but do you recognize these pictures?
You need to show those to the state. The bailiff will take them. That's not proper procedure, sir.
I'm going to object to those being shown to the witness. They have no relevance whatsoever to this trial.
Yes, they do. And I'm getting to how they have relevance.
They've also never been disclosed to the state before this moment.
Sustained.
Sustain why?
Not relevant.
They are relevant.
They're
to
not.
This foundation. And I can prove that.
I'll take up the issue outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of this witness, and if need be, bring the witness back in. But next question, please.
And these need to be offered into evidence as well. You stated that there's been no contact. How would the alleged defendant obtain photographs from you if there's been no contact?
From your mom.
Grounds.
Fact, not in evidence.
Grounds.
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence. Not relevant.
How's it not relevant? Photos just don't pop up out of the blue.
No, your mom
Mr.
gives to you.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
No,
And at
facts.
this point,
I got the pictures
conduct
right here.
after
Facts.
the alleged date of violation here, it's not relevant.
Alleged violation.
You're
For the record.
correct. After the date charged, the dates that are charged for these allegations, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you, since the evening of November 21st of 2021, have you attempted to contact
Hello,
the lady?
Tia.
Objection.
Grounds.
Tia?
Grounds.
How are you doing today?
I'm going to excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury.
Nice.
Your Honor, I find it.
Hold on.
Shut up. Wait a minute.
Sir, I'm going to let you make an offer of proof as to why you believe the photographs and the questioning about contact after the alleged incident is relevant.
It's relevant because these were sent by the witness.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence, but
You
what
want
is...
the letter
hold
too?
Hold on. Tell me the basis you believe there's been communication and why you believe it's relevant to her testimony.
It's relevant because it was testified to.
Hey, J-Man, thank
first
you.
time testifying, and then also by was the last guy, Guth, that he was told that the witness was supposed to be so deeply afraid of me
thank
and
you,
all
Tom.
this type of
Yeah.
stuff.
I
So
appreciate
if you're
it.
so deeply afraid and worried about somebody and this and that, why would you sneak
Sir,
and
do
have
you want
contact?
to open up the door to the other act's evidence of
That's
you
not
used-
opening.
No.
Yes, it
That's
is.
not
Hear me
opening the
out.
door.
Hear me out. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
These witnesses have been incredibly careful to abide by my rulings. Sometimes in a court of law, when there are pretrial rulings, the testimony of a witness needs to be said in such a way not to run afoul of that. This witness, Detective Guth, I believe Detective Casey and others, Corey Runkle, and even Nicholas Kirby yesterday, this court has all had to stop them so that they didn't run afoul, or they've stopped themselves so that they didn't run afoul of the court's pretrial ruling on other acts evidence between you and this witness. And I have been very, very careful to make sure that doesn't come in. But if you keep questioning her about whether she's afraid or not, or why she
didn't
wouldn't
question her
have
about that.
contact or not,
I didn't
you are
question her about
opening
that.
the door to that testimony.
Yeah.
All of
How
my
does-
rulings
how
have
does-
been made to prevent what
does
could be
Fisher's
seen
order-
as prejudicial evidence. The standard's not prejudicial.
Hey.
The standard's whether it's unfair.
Thank you for the $2, Donald. I appreciate that.
Fairly prejudicial.
It's
But
unfairly
you can
prejudicial.
open the door
Your
to
Honor,
that,
It's
sir.
unfairly prejudicial that I have a document stating that November 20th never even happened, but yet and still the witness
Then
can
have
get on
you
the
turned
stand
that
and lie on the
document
stand.
over to the state?
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of do accents, but I also Tia.
Come on, man. Y'all know that's not right. Y'all know that's not right.
Then you need to immediately turn it over to the state right now. It may become relevant, but no one has seen it. When
So-
did you receive the
so that-
document?
so what-
Hold on. When did you?
Wait.
I'm having you make an offer. When did you receive the
Okay,
document?
but that I just want to state for the record, Your Honor, that's kind of biased because the
biased.
state did the same thing yesterday with creating an exhibit right on the fly that didn't even exist that I didn't have. But
That's
then,
not true. That's a
no,
misstatement of the
that is
evidence.
true.
No.
She said it herself.
No. Marking an exhibit is not creating an
No,
exhibit.
not marking an exhibit. She said
We're
that
not going to go
essentially-
down a tangent, sir.
All right,
I'm going
I'm
to
not gonna
focus
argue
on
with
this,
you,
and I'm
but
going to
it's
give
not
you the
fair.
opportunity
It's not
to make
fair.
a record.
It's not
All right?
fair. It's not fair.
When did you receive this document that you claim was sent by this witness?
It's not claimed. It's for a fact.
Sir, it hasn't been established yet. I need to make a record.
So do y'all want
I
the
want
letter?
to see
Y'all want
the letter.
envelope? What?
I want to see the letter.
Like right now, he was saying you guys won the letter, and she was like, "Yeah, I won the letter," and he's like, "Wow, now you won the letter now."
Okay, so I got.
And I wanna know when you received it.
I gotta bring that in. Every time, this is what I don't get. Every time I'm presenting something that needs to be made for the record and placed in the evidence, it's a problem. But the state can do it, no problem.
It's not, sir. There are proper procedures, and I
Okay,
want
well,
you to
that
make
was the
a
proper
record.
procedure.
If you don't make a record,
So
then
what?
I can't make a ruling.
It threw people off the loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
And look at his mannerisms. Like he thinks that he's rapping right now. Like look at his hands when he tries to do that a statement.
So what?
can't make a ruling.
It threw
Look at
people
that.
off the loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr.
Like he's
Brooks,
like,
Man, stop.
when you
Stop
are
it.
you aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask the
servant, Your
question.
Honor. I respect your courtroom. I
You
respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson please be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So I'm going to make a record about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to
man.
in count 77. Okay. The
And what happened to that paper? Because it was on.
hello, Auselios. Tiffany Henier Dalton. Is that the mayor? Is that the mayor of Illinois thingy? The one that's like used the money of the town to have a great life as a mayor? I know about her, but I don't know everything about her.
On the table, then when I
Mr.
come
Brooks,
back in,
I
there's
need to
nowhere
make a
be found.
record of a variety of
So who
things.
took my paper?
And you keep interrupting me repeatedly today. I have shown an abundance of patience this morning. I've warned you repeatedly about being removed from the courtroom. And then every time I try to get into it, you, meaning an explanation and make a record, you interrupt, you attempt to divert everyone from what is being done this very second.
I didn't attempt to do anything.
Yes, you do it repeatedly, sir.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So you're doing it once again.
Whatever. Just make your record.
The document that Mr. Brooks wanted to show Detective Guth and this witness was a letter sent from the state of Wisconsin to the court regarding count 77. The state sought to dismiss that count, and they have prosecutorial discretion, and I granted the request that the charge be dismissed.
Why was the charge dismissed?
And
Hey, it's the legend P. Barnes. Are you gonna tase that guy again? Hopefully you're gonna tase that guy again.
that's, I can't answer. It was dismissed because the request was made, sir. They don't need a reason. There's an abundance of case law about prosecutorial discretion. And they chose not to pursue that. My guess
Your
is
Honor,
maybe
with
to
all respect.
simplify things and to keep this tidy. I don't know. You know what? I'll indulge you. Attorney Opper, would you like to provide a basis for why the state sought dismissal of that charge prior to the start of this trial?
Yes, Your Honor, because
Hey, thank you, Donald. I'll definitely gonna continue at it. I like doing these videos. I like the community. I don't always have enough time, but yeah. Oh, you are actually named P. Barnes. Oh, that's cool. I thought that you put your name on YouTube to pay homage to the guy. That's awesome. Thank you, Donald.
as Ms. Patterson just testified
We've been growing a lot lately. I mean, we're almost at 1,800.
a short while ago, she did not have any visible marks or injuries from that event. And we did have the photographs of her injuries. We did not want to confuse the record as to whether or not there was a battery that occurred on November 20th.
Your Honor, I object to that. What does the letter read?
You have the letter. You showed it to me, sir.
I've been trying to find
There
it
it
ever
is.
since I came back in, and now all of a sudden I can't.
And now
find it.
you're impugning, though, like somehow.
I always get a little like jump scare when that pop-up shows up.
no, you're imputing the integrity of this court,
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
bailiffs of this state. You're accusing, frankly, everyone
Did I
of
point
moving
the
your
finger?
papers.
Did I point the finger at anyone? Did I say anyone did anything?
Not directly.
Hey, look everyone. Rory's here. Rory wants to say hi. Hello. Hello everyone. Say hi to the camera, Rory. He just woke up. Hello. Hello everyone. How's it going? Hit the like button. Subscribe. He's great.
But indirectly you did,
So
sir.
how can you make the assumption that I'm saying?
Can
that
I
I'm
please
pointing to
make the
someone?
record without
Yes,
you interrupting
yes, you may.
me?
Yes, you may. I apologize.
I appreciate that, thank you. But you made repeated comments, sir, about I can't find my documents, I don't know what happened, things of that nature. When you came back out, you took multiple minutes before you even asked your first question of Ms. Patterson. And if I need to, I'll have a bailiff put on the record that no one touched your table.
Your Honor, did I say anyone touched my table? I didn't
You
say
implied it,
Hello,
sir.
But did I
Can
say
you guys
that?
can you guys still hear me? YouTube is like, we cannot hear you anymore, but can you guys still hear me?
You stated it implicitly.
I never asked the bailiffs, hey, did any one of you touch my table?
All right.
I never said that to them. I just said, I can't find my paper, which is the truth.
And the
I'm
way
looking
that
down.
you said it, like,
I didn't point anyone out, though.
Yeah, it's weird. Like YouTube is like, the bitrate of audio is 0. Bring it up, and I'm like, it cannot be 0. I can still see that my voice is coming out.
and like,
I
well,
don't
that's
think that
kind
that's
of
fair.
interesting.
I
I
don't
don't
think
have a
that that's fair to
document that was
assume.
just on my table. That is what you said.
That's
Words
what
to
I
that
said, but I
effect.
did not point the finger at anyone.
So,
I
you
can see
have
if
the
I
letter.
came in, Your Honor, with
You've
all
been
respect,
given.
I can see if I came in and said, hey, one of you moved something off my table, or if I would have directed that towards the state, or if I would have directed that
But you said it. You still said it. You didn't say it by those words, but you still were like, who took my papers? Oh, hey, thank you. Thank you so much for the support, Donald. Really, Rory eats very well. I don't know if you guys do this with your puppies, but she likes she likes her food, and I give her those little sticks that she can bite. Trust me, she's really spoiled. That's fine, Tia. Now you know what? There you go. There you go. Now you're a mutt, so you're fine to do all those stuff.
towards the clerks or something like that, then that would be more of a validity to what you're saying.
I need to continue with the record, sir. It's very apparent to me, sir, that every time, I can't say every time because that would be an absolute, but many times throughout this trial, and especially the last 2 days, when the court makes a ruling that you disagree with, or I want to make a record about some behavior of yours, or a further record about a ruling that you that was not in your favor, that you start peppering me with questions or comments, statements. You question me about the law. You ask, is it verified law? It is, from my perspective, a clear attempt to kind of turn us in a direction away from what we're doing, perhaps even to stall and to delay.
Yes.
I'm sorry
That's
you
my
feel that way.
that I'm making a rule. You're doing it again.
Look at this condescending guy. Like, he's like, I'm sorry you feel that way. Like, I hate it. I hate this. I'm always gonna hate him.
I mean, because it has no validity.
So, I am trying to make a record outside the presence of the jury about a line of questioning you want to ask Ms. Patterson. Now we have you.
Yeah, I want to... Oh, there it is. Thank you, Donald, again. I always get a jump scare when that comes up, because I never know when it's gonna come up, you know? It's really slow, because from when I see it in chat and when it goes through the thing, but I appreciate it nonetheless. But also, I want to see the eye drops trial, and to see how Judge Doro handles a real like lawyer versus lawyer trial. I need to see that one.
Claiming that there's some document that was sent by the witness after the charges were filed that apparently contained photographs. I think, and you can clarify the record momentarily when I'm done, that you believe goes to the credibility of this witness. So I need to ask a few questions about that, sir, to determine whether it has relevance to those issues. Number one, when did you receive this letter?
I received this multiple letters, actually, over a period of time. It wasn't, I referred to this one because this one had the pictures. But
and why do you believe it was from Ms. Patterson?
To answer your question with clarity.
Thank you. Does it have a date on it, the letter?
No, I didn't bring the letter, I brought the pictures. Because I thought, from my interpretation, I thought showing the pictures would be okay. How did I get these? So my mind was saying, show the pictures. They didn't come out of thin air.
No, they come from your mom. That doesn't prove that Erica gave them to you. And if she gave them to you, it was before you were on this trial, in this situation. You specifically asked if she had contact after the incident, and she said no. And as far as we know, that didn't happen.
The witness knows that they sent me the pictures. They know that.
Well, again, it assumes facts that aren't here. You're assuming this witness sent it. I don't know. But even if she did, what relevance does it have?
The other pro se guy that I want to cover is the one with the hair. You know the guy. You know the guy with the hair. You know that trial. I want to cover that.
To her credibility before this jury.
It goes to the credibility because she's put on this facade of being so afraid of someone.
Ronnie O'Neal.
Still, you know that we're not supposed to have contact, but you still sneaking behind and saying, "Oh, I wonder how you're doing," and oh, this and this and that. Oh,
I don't think she's ever said she was afraid. I think that was the officers who may have stated that, but I don't believe she ever said that. She specifically said today when you asked her why did you. It was either why did you go back or why did you have, I'll look at my notes, and she said, I don't know.
It was why weren't you forthright with all the details? That was the question.
So again, I'm going to ask you, even if this letter's from her, these pictures are from her, how does it relate to her credibility before the jury?
Who else could these pictures be from?
Anyone. Your mom.
I'm going to ask you point blank, did you get a letter that's signed from her?
I got. What do you mean, son?
Also, who prints pictures nowadays? Like, call me new school. Call me, like, I don't think I printed a picture back when Costco was still printing pictures. Like, it's been a decade at least.
How do you know? What's your why do you have a belief?
Hello,
that
Ash.
They are
Good night.
I have multiple letters.
How are you doing?
You're not answering my question. Why do you believe the letters are from Erica Patterson?
Because they were sent from Erica Patterson. Why else would I?
Were they signed by her?
What do you mean signed?
Did she write her name on the letter? Was it the content of the letter? No, I'm not kidding you. I need to make a record, sir. You're making a statement that these letters are from her and that they're relevant to her credibility.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to go out on the limb here.
And I'm asking you why you hold that opinion.
I'm going to go out on the limb here and assume, which I know is true, you've never been in my position. You've never been in jail.
So if someone knows, or someone had a relative, or someone just know this, the people not sign the letters for because something in jail, like they don't want to know, like the police like looks at the letters, so they don't want the police to know who sent them or something. Like I haven't sent a letter ever, I believe, but I don't know. Is this something? Is this a thing?
So you've never received a letter from someone writing someone in jail. No one is gonna. When you
You're
say
not
to me,
answering my
when
question,
you say to
sir.
me,
What's the basis why you believe they're from Miss Patterson? Is there some information in them that only she would know? Did she sign the letters? Is it penmanship that you recognize?
And look at that. She just straight up told him three answers. He gave her three options for him to choose. Like he can pick any one of those, and that would answer the question of Judge Doro, but he doesn't get it.
Why do you believe they're from her as opposed to somebody else sending you information? Could be your mom, could be, I'm just saying, could be anybody else. You got to answer my question. It's called an offer of proof.
But you still got to understand why this is mind-boggling to me. Like how I got a child with this woman. Why would I not know her handwriting?
Like he just said it right there. He just said it right there. I recognize, like I know her handwriting. So all she has to do now is be like, okay, I know the letter is from her because I know her handwriting. Say that sentence, and that's all that Judge Doro wants. Hello, addict. Good morning. Good morning. What are you in England?
You have to
Why would I not know?
Yeah. That also there is no letter from her.
For these letters, sir. That might be through your own testimony. So that I'm trying to figure out why you believe they're from her. Not all this other stuff about I'm in jail and I have a child. I'm trying to I need to know. It's called an offer of proof.
Are you serious?
What do you believe? Why do you believe they're from her? I am serious.
Because they're from her.
I forgot about this movement, this crazy movement. Look at this face of disbeliefs that he has on his face right now. Like, oh, Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, it's wait. Before I forget, is it true that Dunkin' Donuts is doing a promotion right now? I have two questions for you. One, are they doing a collaboration with Dr. Pepper? And two, are they doing a collaboration with Sanrio, with Hello Kitty and stuff? Because I need to try those. Lady Jester likes Sanrio. She likes cinnamon roll. But let's look at this guy again do this movement.
Believe they're from her. I am serious.
Because they're from her.
He's like a chicken.
But you're assuming.
Like how else am I supposed to answer that?
I've given you a few reasons why it would lend to that opinion.
So it has to be put in a legal term.
The bottom line is I need the letter. So if you're gonna question her on that, the state.
No, never mind. It was not Dunkin' Donuts. It was Krispy Kreme that was doing the collaboration. I'm sorry.
Absolutely has a right to see the letter. So you need to provide that letter. The bottom line is I'm not going to allow any questioning without having that letter. So the state has the ability to question you about that or question this witness and to look at the veracity of what your claims are here. So I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning. Do you have the letter with you in court?
I just said no. How many
Okay.
times I gotta say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much or you answer quietly. And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen
What is a boil order?
things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear
In
that
a
just
quiet
fine.
courtroom,
And everybody
yes, we can
assumes,
hear it very
and
clearly.
everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging. Or,
Once again, you're doing this tactic.
Because
where you try to
it's not
go
a tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
we're talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts.
to
Because
some
I
other
find
thing.
it hard to believe that
I'm gonna
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm gonna let the
Come on,
state
man,
make
stop.
a record.
Yeah, can you imagine this trial just going to just settling, like the lawyers settle for him to not allow him to bring this trial? There's so many things that could have been avoided by this not airing. Yes, I mean, me thinking that about the entertainment factor, yes, I'm glad that they did it, but still it was a waste of you guys' money, with you guys that pay taxes. A water main. Oh, water main broke, just like in that place in Atlanta, Georgia.
Of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe
I
it's
didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was somebody
record will-
else?
Like, let me tell you something. We don't have a Krispy Kreme in Tijuana, so every time that I need a Krispy Kreme, I have to go to San Diego. But we have bootleg Krispy Kreme donuts. Like, someone goes to San Diego and then sells it here at a premium, and they're not worth it for that price. I like Krispy Kreme. I like their donuts, but they're not worth, like, they sell it like $3 each one.
reflect you have two pictures that you believe were from this witness.
That I know is from.
No, that you believe.
That I know.
All right, I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. One, because of a discovery violation. We've never seen them before. Two, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending these photographs.
I mean, yeah, but if you're providing something that is not here, that's good. But yeah, let's hear Zach destroy his argument in 2 minutes.
No.
That's a lie. I object to
Let
that.
the state make their argument without interruption, sir.
That's a lie, though.
Three, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true.
Yeah.
And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada, and for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
done.
that's a lie.
Let
Because
him
at the end of the
finish.
day,
Let
if
him
we
finish.
gonna
Let him finish. I wanted to hear about what he had to say.
open the
Mr.
door on that. No,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate on the record since you think you know so much.
Once
So
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can
loud,
open the door on how old she told me she
disrespectful,
was when we
interrupting.
met. We can ask that question
He is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Do you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the
Get him
courtroom.
out of there.
And you know what?
Lock him up. Lock him up.
Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early
Ah.
lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he
Don't
can
sit
show
here and try
it
to
is
think he knows
inadmissible,
what's
he
going
will
on.
not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will
Then you gonna
declare
talk
the
about where my
cross-examination
kids live. You don't know where,
closed.
You don't know what
Thank
happened
you.
at
We're
the
in
time
recess,
all this
1
happened,
hour.
bruh.
Bruh.
Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you know so much. Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
Did you know that?
In my almost 11 years on the bench, I've presided over dozens and dozens of cases that have gone to trial. To say that this has been the most challenging of my career would be an understatement.
Yes.
I've done my best, I believe, to be fair, to be unbiased, to protect the rights of not only Mr. Brooks as it relates to this trial, but those of witnesses, those of the victims, and of course, last but not least, the jurors. He repeatedly references things such as subject matter jurisdiction, which there is a written decision that I have filed in this case. It is very clear this court has subject matter jurisdiction over this.
All right, Nancy, thank you for stopping by. Have a great night. Who knows, maybe I'll still be streaming by the time that you wake up. I don't know. I want this to be a marathon, and my record so far of streaming is 5 hours. So let's see if we can break that.
Case. He has a pattern now of directly confronting the court, asking for, is that verified law? Can you prove that? Is that an actual law? I actually dismissed the jury in order to...
Look at this. Look at this. She's just staring at the Bible. Like he doesn't even, he can have it backwards and he wouldn't notice. He's just acting for the camera.
Try.
Because he could be saying this, he could be doing this sitting down, but he wants the jury or the judge to see him staring at the Bible.
To get an offer of proof from Mr. Brooks, and as that exchange went on, it got, from my perspective, he got louder, he got more disrespectful. I think it's fair to say his behavior was volatile, and it's because of that that I called an early lunch.
Yeah.
And it's because of all of those things. Even when I attempt to give the warning that he will be removed upon further behavior, he immediately interrupts and says, "Are you holding me in contempt?" A very clear indication to this court that he is attempting and trying and actually disrupting the proceedings so that I can't make an accurate record. Like I said, it's challenging. That is why he is in the other courtroom muted. Because he came in to the courtroom this afternoon and is not in here but in an adjacent courtroom, I want to make some additional findings as well and kind of just tie up a few loose ends for the record. Mr. Brooks's behavior today alone was disruptive. I would absolutely characterize it as stubbornly defiant.
Yep.
It was interruptive, and it certainly aggravates the proper administration of the criminal justice system, of this trial. There was nothing dignified about it. There was nothing orderly about it. I would remind him once again of SCR Chapter 62, which are the basic expectations of courtesy and decorum in the courts in the state of Wisconsin. I'd remind him of the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Are asking to stay in that courtroom.
Just leave him there. He doesn't care.
I've been advised he can hear and see.
Yep.
Mr. Brooks, we are on the record.
He was practicing his box fort methods right now. Like, he didn't have it perfected yet. He had the little gap between the boxes right here. So he was practicing how to build it from this day.
I'll go through the topics one by one. You are in the other courtroom. You are invited back here. Would you like to come back here? Yes or no?
Yes.
The audio is on. Would you like to come back to this courtroom, sir?
You're unmuted. So I'm finally unmuted.
He's singing the business on his head.
You've been unmuted for a while. Since I came back on. My understanding, sir, is you'd like to be in that other courtroom. Is that true?
Oh, the theatrics. All the theatrics.
Record to reflect, he's putting on the headphones.
What's going on?
Mr. Brooks, I'm inviting you back to the courtroom. My understanding from a relay of information from the bailiffs is that you don't want to come back here.
I ain't saying nothing.
All right, are you ready to come back then?
Not if I'm just gonna get held in contempt again.
I didn't hold you in contempt.
Then why am I even over here?
So that I could make a ruling and make a record without an interruption, pursuant to my authority in Illinois versus Allen.
So did you make your record?
Yeah.
I did.
Am I ever gonna get a chance to make the record without being interrupted?
No.
Mr. Brooks, I'm asking you, the first question is, do you want to come back into this courtroom?
Not if you're gonna hold me in contempt.
Sir, I need to continue with the trial. So if you don't answer yes or no, then I will presume you want to be in that courtroom, and you'll, by your conduct, waive your right to be in this courtroom.
By what conduct? I didn't consent to
By
being held.
failing to answer my question, sir. So I'll ask you again.
Are you gonna hold me in contempt? I don't want to be held in contempt.
I will ask you again, sir. Would you like to come back to this courtroom?
I'm supposed to be in there anyway.
Just say yes and we can move on.
So twice now I've asked him. He has not answered a yes or no. Mr. Brooks, I'll ask you a third time. Would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Yes, if you're not gonna hold me in contempt.
Given his yes, I will close the courtroom. He'll be brought over, and then we'll continue when he comes into this courtroom. Thank you.
And for the record, I do not consent to being called that name.
No one cares,
All
bro.
right, let's take up the issue of the letter and the photographs and your offer of proof, sir, if you have one.
I don't need no offer of proof.
I'll ask you a second time. Do you have an offer of proof to provide, sir?
We can go past all that. I don't need to ask them questions. It's too much of an issue. It's too much of a problem.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to ask you for a third time. Do you have an offer of proof
I
related
just said
to
no.
the route?
I just said no. I just said that.
All right, thank you. Then based upon there being no offer of proof, then my decision stands.
Good.
As to the continuation of the examination of Ms. Patterson, I would like an offer of proof as to what you believe her probative and relevant testimony will be from this point forward.
I mean, I don't know how she's going to answer the rest of the questions. There's not that many questions left. I was almost done.
X to
What
that.
topics generally were you going to question her about?
I guess I'll have to look in here because so much that happened since over the past hour and a half or so. I can tell you one thing. I don't intend to have too many more questions. I'll tell you that. I was almost finished.
I need an offer of proof as to what you believe her testimony would be, meaning what topics? And are they topics that have not already been covered either through her direct examination from the state, your cross-examination, or already covered by your direct?
I don't remember her. What do you mean by related to her direct? Is that from the last time she testified?
From the first date that she testified and from today. What new topics will
I don't
you be?
remember everything she testified to the first time. It was 2 weeks ago.
Well, she's already been questioned now twice by you. So
Yeah.
what new topics do you intend to question her about when she comes back on the witness stand?
What do you mean by new topics?
Topics that you haven't already covered.
Yeah, as I remember, that guy was just looking for clout from Brooks. Like he was trying to get some of fame out of supporting. He was not. He was just pandering. That's the word that I'm looking. He was just pandering for Brooks to get some notoriety. So he's a nobody. That's why I haven't covered him.
What?
Yeah, I don't think it's worth covering him because it doesn't matter. He's just a guy that wanted to get some clout.
Pursuant to the police report or something? Is that what you're asking? I don't understand.
I'm asking you what you believe your questioning will be as to Ms. Patterson going forward.
And you say it related to topics, right?
Yeah.
You can just give me the topics. I think that's fair.
I wanted to ask questions about the police reports.
What about the police report? That's not specific enough. What about what topics in that police report are you gonna ask a question about? Jesus Christ.
Was the last few questions. That's why I'm saying it was only...
Is it a statement that she wrote?
No.
I don't know if it's a statement that she wrote in here.
Do
Possibly
you see a written statement with her signature
I will
on it?
have to go through all the paperwork.
Is there a written statement from Ms. Patterson?
He's so mad that he got exposed. Like the state knows. The state will know if there's something from her. And he's like, "Hey, Colby Nulik, thank you for subscribing."
It's my understanding Detective Guth spoke to her on both occasions. Is that right?
Yes, with Detective Barrett with him on the first occasion. Detective Barrett wrote that first report.
What about the police report, sir? Do you want to question her about so I know with specificity?
How many officers did reports? Because it seemed like it's more than just 2. At least from this paperwork, is more than 2.
It's your witness. You're supposed to be prepared to ask whatever you want to ask. Why are you asking about reports now? Who cares if it's one or the other? You should know what to ask.
May I have Bill show me what Mr. Brooks is referring to? I can maybe help him try and explain, but
Sure.
I don't know what he's talking about.
No one does.
I can't find the first page to that, but whoever that officer is right there. I have to snatch it.
She didn't snatch it. She just grabbed it from you. You were giving it to her. Like, let's watch that again.
But whoever that officer is right there.
Yeah.
I have to snatch it.
She just grabbed it.
So I've got pages 2 and 3 out of 6 from Detective Barron's report under Waukesha Police Department incident number 21-047533. This is one of the 2 reports we've been talking about regarding the statements that Ms. Patterson gave to detectives.
There, you need to cover the Tellas trial. He just started, he's going pro se, but he's a real lawyer. There's just no criminal justice. Oh, is this the guy that in Vegas, right? The guy that allegedly disappeared one of the reporters that was snitching on him?
On November 21st and then on November 22nd. This is the first statement.
Is that the officer you just said?
Yes.
What about that report do you want to question this witness about?
The report is not in order, so again, as I stated before, I would have to read it
Mr. Brooks, I trust that you're prepared. These are your witnesses. So
Yeah.
what about that report do you want to question Ms. Patterson on?
Your Honor, I just stated 3 times I would have to read a little bit of this to form the questions.
Under my authority, under 906.11, then, and given that this witness was initially called by the state, there was a full and fair opportunity for cross-examination by Mr. Brooks at that time, and they had ample time this morning to question her. I will declare that his questioning of her to be closed.
Yeah.
I will bring the witness out on the witness stand and then we'll bring the jury out, and then I will simply ask the state if there are any questions, and then we'll move on from there.
Just so I understand what he mean by closed.
I'm not allowing you to ask her any additional questions, given your full and fair opportunity that you had previously when she was called by.
Look at the state of your shirt, my guy. Like, look at that. Put the coat back on or something. I'm sure there's air conditioning on the courtroom, but look at the state of those sleeves. Ugh.
By the state, and given the opportunity you had this morning and your failure to identify for this court any probative and relevant information that you would testify to about what's in that report.
And he's launching to the front. That makes the shirt look even worse.
How do I? First of all, the report isn't even in order, so I would have to essentially read at least some of it to even ask a
Mr. Brooks,
question.
this is your witness. I expect that you will be prepared and you will not cause delay by any lack thereof. So I'm bringing the witness out. The jury will come out, and you will not have another opportunity to ask any additional questions unless the state asks questions on cross-examination.
So what is we bringing the witness out for?
I have to do that in front of the jury.
Man. He's like a kid, like, man.
Object to that ruling too. Can you give me a lawful law why?
Your objection is noted for the record. If you start interrupting me when the jury comes out or make any commentary, you will be removed to the other courtroom, and that's.
So I'm being held in contempt again?
Not yet.
No, it's not contempt, sir. It's a finding under Illinois versus Allen. It's a warning that you will forfeit your right
So I might
to
as
be
well
present.
I might as well have just
No
stayed over
such
there.
contempt finding.
I might as well have just stayed over there then if I was going
Mr.
to get held in
Brooks,
contempt.
that decision is for you and you alone to make, and it is based on your conduct. If you're going to continue,
take me over there. Just take me over there because I'm not finna get held in contempt for nothing.
I have not held you in contempt.
You did. You're attempting to hold me in contempt. That's what that is.
No, that's not contempt.
So is it civil or criminal?
It's nothing. It's neither.
Why am I being
Mr.
held
Brooks?
in contempt?
I'm going to keep you in here because
that's the whole reason
you're going
I
to need
didn't
to
want to
call
come.
the next witness, and I'm going to need
Your
to
Honor,
bring you over in any event.
That's the whole reason why I didn't want to come over here because you was going to find a reason to hold me in contempt.
Well, I'm finding a reason, and it's not contempt, but I'd find a reason to remove you based upon your disruptive outbursts.
Well, then remove me if
and
that's
your-
what you want to do. Remove me then.
I don't want to do it, sir. I
Obviously
want you
you
in
do.
this courtroom.
Obviously you do. You brought it up before we can even get to.
All right. Mr. Brooks has forfeited his right to be present.
Hello, Gisela. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes from Switzerland. What time is in Switzerland today? Like 9 a.m.? Something like that?
Present in this courtroom for the remainder of this witness. Even though it will be
did I
short,
actually forfeit that right?
you have
Yes.
forfeited your right to be present.
And how did I forfeit that right, Your Honor?
All right. We're going off the record so that he can be removed to the other courtroom, and he
Good.
can call his next witness after we complete with Ms. Patterson and giving the state an opportunity from the neighboring courtroom. And once you can promise to this court that you will abide by the rules of decorum and civility, and if you're willing to conduct yourself consistently within that, then I will allow you to come back over.
So why am I being held in contempt now?
I'm not holding you in contempt.
Then what did I do?
All right, I'm going to step off. You've interrupted repeatedly. You are unmuted, sir. The jury is on its way in. Well, will be shortly.
Why didn't we address subject matter jurisdiction when I was over here?
I'm going to mute you if you do that, sir.
I'm not gonna do it when the jury. That's why I asked now before the jury came in.
I addressed that in
Yeah, I'm definitely not a big channel, and unfortunately I don't have enough time to do a lot of trials. Like I have to finish 2 trials right now that I'm not just one trial more that I need to cover. But yeah, I'll see if I can cover that one.
In my opening type remarks and record when we came back on
The thing about me is that I also like to edit the trials down before I react to them. So that takes me a little bit more time than the big channels. And by the time that I cover them, the big channels already have all the attention for them. And so no one watches my videos. But that's the way it is.
the record today. I already addressed that.
So will it be proven for the record? Will I at least be told why I'm held in contempt when I didn't do nothing? Civil or criminal?
Yeah, Sarah Boone is gonna be an interesting one to cover.
That's a misstatement of what I did, sir.
So why am I
I will
over here?
advise when the jury's coming in, and if you can't be quiet, you're going to be muted, sir.
You gonna mute me anyway.
Not if you're quiet.
So I gotta be quiet like a little kid?
Yes.
It's not what I said, sir. You have to be
That's what you
respectful.
said.
You have to be respectful of the proceedings.
But nobody has to be respectful to me though.
That's a mischaracterization as well.
So can I say for the record that 2 of your bailiffs was just making gestures behind my head and I seen them through the TV screen and made me feel uncomfortable?
What can possibly they could have done to make you uncomfortable? What were they doing? What gestures can they see you? He's such a baby.
Jury's coming in. Please rise for the jury.
So that's not gonna be addressed.
Mr. Brooks, I'm muting you.
Good.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Just for the record, Mr. Brooks is appearing from another courtroom. That should not affect your deliberation or verdicts in any way. At this time, does the state have any questions for this witness?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Patterson.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Hey, hello, Jennifer. I don't think I see you there. Did I? Yeah, I did. I don't know if I say hello, but hello.
Thank you for being here. All right, the defense may call its next witness, please. Go ahead, sir. You can call your next witness.
I thought I was muted.
You're not muted.
So how long am I supposed to stay in here now?
I'm going to excuse the jury.
Oh, she just
Hopefully
got
have you back
there.
shortly.
They just got there.
All right, the jury is no longer in the courtroom. Do you want to come back into this courtroom as you call your next witness? You're not muted. You're unmuted.
So what's going on now? Why am I being held in contempt yet again?
The record will reflect that pursuant to Illinois versus Allen, Mr. Brooks was not held in contempt. I found that you forfeited your right to be present based upon your conduct. I'd also direct the parties to some persuasive authority from other jurisdictions that are more recent, including People versus Cone from the state of Colorado, 160 P. 3rd 366. It's a Colorado Court of Appeals from 2007. And then from the state of Washington, from their Supreme Court, State versus Davis, 461 P. 3rd 1204. That's from 2020. And then I'd remind the parties of the district court decision that was later affirmed from Pennsylvania, U.S. versus Jennings, 855 F. Sup. 1427 from 1994. The finding was, sir, that you forfeited your right to be present based upon your conduct.
Okay, and all those case laws you just cited are pursuant to that.
Yes.
Sir, I will ask you, would you like to come back into this courtroom as you continue with the calling of witnesses and your next witness?
I thought you was using Illinois versus Allen.
You are welcome to come back into this courtroom, sir.
So why was I removed in the first place then?
I've made my findings. The record will stand. I will ask you one last time.
All right, everyone. Officially, right now, I just broke my record for the longest stream that I done. The last one was 4 hours and 52 minutes, and as of right now, we are 4 hours and 53 minutes. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. We're still gonna keep going, but I just broke a record that I made last year. So let's see how much I can take Brooks.
Would you like to come back into this courtroom as you call your next witness?
You're not finna hold me in contempt no more. Not finna do that.
Mr. Brooks is not answering my question directly, so based upon that, I'll advise him that if I will ask one more time and he fails to answer it with a yes or no, I will take that as a no, that he wants to stay in that courtroom.
You can't answer
Mr.
for
Brooks?
me. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you that I will. He's interrupting me once again.
Okay, you talking. You the one talking right now, so don't do that.
I'm going to mute him because he's not being respectful.
Good.
He's just spouting off. I will give him one more opportunity so that it's abundantly clear on this record that I am honoring his right to be present, and I will unmute him. Sir, would you
Hey, thank you, Kishana. And in celebration of that, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. I'll be right back. You guys keep going with the trial. I'll be right back.
like to come back into this courtroom as you call your next witness?
Don't try to seem like you're trying to honor my rights now because you haven't.
Okay, he is again not answering the question directly.
Don't try to put on
I'm going to mute him again. Mr. Brooks, before I unmute you, I am going to advise you, I will ask you to call your next witness. And if I don't get a direct response out of you, I may ask it again. And if you fail to give me a direct response, then you will forfeit your right to call any other witnesses. So I'm going to unmute you. Actually, I need to bring the jury back out. But before I do that, I will unmute you first and ask you which witness you intend to call so we can at least have that person ready to go and outside the courtroom. Who will be your next witness?
I'm not calling no witness if I got to be in this other courtroom.
Would you like to come back into this courtroom, sir?
Why was I ever removed? You never answered.
I've made a record of that, sir.
I have to answer everything, though. Everything you ask me, you expect me to answer. But then when I ask you questions, you never have to answer anything. I just put on the record that 2 of your bailiffs just made gestures. When I'm looking at them off the reflection of the screen, they're making gestures behind my head that make me feel uncomfortable. I just brought that up on the record. You didn't even address that.
Mr. Brooks, I didn't address it because, frankly, you keep interrupting me, and then I have to deal with the interruptions and make a record regarding that. So I just saw the captain walk over. I will let security personnel, Captain Dussault, look into that, and if appropriate, he can bring that conduct to my attention. I'd also remind the defendant that at any time you can also ask to be brought over through the bailiffs who are in that courtroom. So to be abundantly fair to you, I will ask one more time, would you like to come back over to this courtroom?
I should have never been removed.
That's not answering my question, sir.
You haven't answered my question.
The court's not.
Thank you. All right. I want to...
Going to answer questions directed at the court by the defendant because they're not relevant or probative at this time, and they're a delay and disruptive tactic.
They
Mr.
are.
Not a
Brooks.
delay and disruptive tactic. Is that a judicial determination that you're making?
I'm going to mute you because we're going off on the judicial determinations. Every decision I make, sir, is by definition a judicial determination.
Thank you. We are in like day 12? I think this is day 12, and at last she told him that every decision that she makes, it's a judicial determination.
It is on the record. If there is a conviction, you can raise whatever issues you want on appeal if you are convicted. But we don't need to have this back and forth every time to further make the record when the record speaks for itself. I would like you to be present. That is always what I want during this case. It certainly, I think, is important, but you can forfeit your right to be present by your conduct, which you have done repeatedly throughout this case.
Yeah.
I will advise you that if you are in that courtroom, because I have put you there and you have not reclaimed the right to be present by number one, asking and then expressing a willingness to conduct yourself consistently with decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, you will remain over there. And it looks like he took his headphones off, so I will. Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you that if you fail to call a witness, you will forfeit your right to present any additional witnesses. And I'm doing this outside the presence of the jury right now for a reason. I need to know from you right now, you are unmuted, who is your next witness?
Hello, Eric, Stephen. Good night. How are you doing today?
She trying to say something to me? Yeah. What you trying to say?
Wow.
That was very disrespectful, sir. You chose to take off your headphones? You
Yeah,
choose
because
to
I'm
read?
muted. I'm muted. So why am I gonna have my headphones on and I'm muted?
To listen. All right, Tia. Have a good night.
Well, I would think your headphones help you hear. The
They
muting
do.
is so that I
Hello, Miss Santana. Yes, I'm still live. It's a marathon. It's not a race. It's a marathon.
don't have to hear the disruptions.
Okay, well then why should I need to hear what
So
you
let
saying?
me be clear, sir. And you
don't
are
gotta
not.
be clear or nothing. I don't gotta listen to you.
I will ask you one last time.
What is that thinking? Like, I don't have to listen to the judge that's gonna decide my future as to the sentence that she's gonna give me if I'm guilty. Like, she even threw the headphones out.
Time, sir. Who is your next witness?
First of all, is she talking to me again?
Yes.
This.
We gotta keep doing this little childish stuff, dude. I gotta sit up here and I'm supposed to abide by every single rule, but don't nobody else gotta do that.
Everyone has to do that.
The record should
Judicial misconduct.
reflect that Mr. Brooks
Repeatedly.
is spouting off, making
I think
unsubstantiated
the record can hear me. I think
allegations
they can hear me.
against this court,
Unless I'm
directly
muted.
attacking the integrity of this court and these proceedings, while yet
This court ain't got no
refusing
integrity.
to answer
This court don't have
simple
no
questions. Mr. Brooks, you
That's
are
not my name. I told you I don't consent to being called that name.
Then what is your name?
Sir, you are hereby advised this is the last time I will ask this question,
Don't talk
or
to me
you
like
will
that.
forfeit your right to present
Can't do that.
any
Show me what-
additional
show me
witnesses,
where that's law.
because
Show
you
me
are
where
not
that's law.
cooperating with this process.
Show me that it's law. That's all I'm asking. Show me that it's lawful law.
Mr. Brooks,
How can I forfeit not being able to have a defense? Are you kidding me?
Are
all
you
I'm
kidding
asking
me?
is that you conduct yourself with dignity, with decorum, and with respect. I will gladly bring you back into this courtroom so you can present your additional witnesses. But you need to ask me to come back into this courtroom.
With all due respect, I'm tired of having this back and forth with you every day. It's not my intention to come in here and have these interactions with you every day. It's not. Regardless to what you may think, regardless to how you may feel, that is not.
Actions speak louder than words, Darrell Brooks. The way that you act is the way that we know your intentions.
Not my intention. Okay? I simply do what I do because I do not have the understanding. So if I don't understand something, I'm going to ask a question. I apologize if it makes you feel that I'm intentionally trying to delay the proceedings. If I'm intentionally trying to be disruptive. Because that's not the case. And I feel very disrespected every time the record is made, making it seem like that's what I'm attempting to do. So of course it's gonna frustrate. Of course it's gonna make me a little bit upset. And I just want you to understand that. It seems to me the way I'm interpreting what you're doing, which is it is your courtroom. That's not a dispute. That's not up for debate. You control what's going on in there. That's not a dispute.
So?
But the way I'm interpreting what you're doing is that I'm being held in contempt.
But you're not. You've been told many times that you're not held in contempt. So why are you interpreting that way? And besides, whatever you interpret doesn't matter. What it is, not what you think is.
That's how I'm interpreting. Because one of the three things that's cited in the Illinois versus Allen, one of them is being gagged. I haven't been gagged. One of them.
Why not? Hello, all right, Murray. Have a good night.
What's the third, Mr. Brooks? What's the third?
The third is removed from the courtroom while the trial continues, right? That's the third, right?
And that's what's been done.
Okay. So now, where does it say after that having me on a headset or being able to see and hear and all this and this, how is that not prejudicing my defense?
Sir, you can raise that issue on appeal. You can raise that issue on appeal if you are convicted.
This is why I say that though, because I can't even see. The only thing I can see right now when I'm looking at the TV is you in the prosecution table. I can't see anything else.
I understand that, sir.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware of that.
So I'm not fully aware of what's going on in the courtroom. Don't I deserve?
No, why do you need to know more? All they have to do is watch the judge, the state, and the witness. Who cares about anything else?
That right to be able to see and hear everything that's going on?
If you can conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, the answer then is yes.
Then.
So, I'm not going to have a debate with you about the law. Would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Yes or no question?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, I'm asking the questions right now.
Look at me. Judge Zorro is like, he went full Captain... I forgot the name of that, but he's like, look at me. I'm the one that's asking the questions now.
Would you like to come back into this courtroom? Yes or no?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, it's a yes or no question. Would you like to come back into this?
My answer was based on the reason why I'm answering like that is because the moment I say something, it's going to get me put out. I don't want to keep hauling this stuff back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Then behave.
Back and forth. It makes essentially it wastes time, really.
I'm well aware of that, sir.
Yeah.
That it delays the proceedings.
But then it's like
Captain Phil, thank you.
Say at my feet as if that's my attempt. You think I want to be over here?
Sir, I don't know what you want or don't want at this time. I know that we need to complete this trial and that you have frustrated today, more than ever before, the ability of this court to do that.
Well, I apologize for you feeling that way, but I'm frustrated too. And nobody seems to take that into account. I'm just
Yeah, no one cares about what you feel. Like I can speak for everyone when we say no one cares what you feel, Brooks.
frustrated as everybody. Probably more.
Then I suggest that you conform your conduct to the requirements of courtesy and decorum so that you don't run the risk of forfeiting your right to be present. But that falls on you and you alone, sir.
There is no conduct. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Of course
I really
not.
don't.
Mr. Brooks, you may not understand it. I don't think that's accurate. I think you know exactly what you're doing.
If that's what you think, that's fine. I
And
can't argue with
you-
you.
All right, I'm gonna move forward because I'm done.
you at
I'm
any
done
time
with him.
observe this
I wanna hear this witness before. I wanna make sure that I include this witness because I love the next one. Not
Visual jump
not her.
over the
She's
hood.
good, but I want
I
the
was
next
running
one.
and I find my
Say you was
Yeah, she didn't find her glasses. She didn't see anything. But I want the next one.
noticed that SUV before that evening?
no. No.
Is at this time?
Thank you. Any cross?
No.
No cross, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Defense may call its next witness.
Yeah, she didn't. She was like I saw someone, but I didn't have my glasses, so I couldn't tell you who it was. It was pointless for her to be there. But this next guy, I love this kid.
Defense calls Christopher Bertram.
Hey, Christine, ready for work?
Go ahead, sir.
You
You're
work
right.
nights? I love this kid. I love this kid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Your witness.
First of all, good afternoon.
No answer. Hello, Miss Red
What do
Terry.
you currently do for a living?
I do electrical work.
All right.
Directing your attention to the evening
Hello, Super Kelly. Softbox Derby. That sounds fun. Thank you.
of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty well?
Not very.
Not
Do you
Barry.
recall what you were doing that evening?
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Red.
And what were you doing that evening?
Taking my mother's car to our mechanic friend.
Were you aware of a parade going on that evening?
No.
Nope.
Around what time were you taking your mom's car to be inspected?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing anything that caught your attention that evening?
Yes.
Can you state what that was?
A smashed up red car.
At the time you observed this smashed up car, as you say, did you see anyone driving it?
Yes.
Yes.
And were you able to make a description? Sorry, description of who's driving it?
I love he has a really good poker face. Yeah, this is the coaching accusations thing. But look at the way that he just blank stare at them. Like he's laughing and he's not even like a smile with him.
A description? Sorry.
Like the dead stare to Brooks is awesome. I love him.
Description of who's driving it?
I believe so.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall what I said.
I need to hear that again.
And what do you recall? Sorry. Description of who's driving it?
I believe so.
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall what I said.
You don't recall what you said or saw?
I don't recall what I exactly said
Yeah.
when I gave my statement.
Do you recall what you saw?
No.
Do Do you recall if the law enforcement officer was writing down what you were telling them or recording it?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
Did you observe the vehicle stop at any point in time?
No.
So it was pretty much you just saw it just kind of just rolling past.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you notice if the vehicle had any tints?
Any what?
Tints, like tinted windows?
No.
Do you recall stating during the interview that evening that you observed the driver as a black male with short hair and a short beard?
I don't recall exactly what I said.
Do you recall stating at any time during that interview that evening that you believe you saw the operator of the vehicle reach down and grab something as they were driving past?
Yes.
Did you ever see what you believe was being grabbed?
No.
And what did you think at that moment that you saw the operator of this vehicle reach down?
I was unsure.
Yeah, he didn't know.
And where did you observe the vehicle go after it had passed you?
I turned away after it passed me.
Do you recall what the operator of the vehicle was wearing at the time that it passed you?
I do not remember.
Who knows?
Do you recall during your interview with law enforcement that evening stating that you thought the operator was wearing a black sweater or jacket as it drove past you?
If that is what is written.
Do you recall saying that?
No.
Sack with the pencil on it on the ear. Yeah, most people don't chat. I mean, most people are just enjoy listening to the trial in the commentary, but they're just listening. Thank you, Ash.
Do you recall seeing the vehicle that you observed crash into anything?
No.
At some time after observing this vehicle, did you call 911?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time you called 911?
No.
And I like his he's the opposite of Kirby. Like Kirby was trying to say everything at one question. This guy is like, yes, no, I don't know, I don't recall. Boom.
Do you recall shortly after seeing this vehicle texting anyone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
My girlfriend.
And what did you tell her?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling her there's a shooting?
Possibly.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
No.
But you do recall seeing the operator wearing a black sweater.
I don't remember.
I mean, keep in mind that it's been a year, almost a year after the fact. So he probably doesn't remember.
Did you observe at any time that evening seeing someone run from the vehicle?
No.
He's bored.
Do you recall why you would have gave a description that evening when initially interviewed by law enforcement?
Because I saw the person in the car.
And how did that person look?
I don't remember.
Grounds.
His answer may stand.
What was the answer?
He said, I don't recall. or I don't remember.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross?
Nope.
Thank you, sir. You may step down and you are excused.
All right, here we go. Accusation time. I think I'm gonna close with this little outburst.
All right, go ahead and call your next witness.
And when we get to the next break, I have something to discuss outside of the presence of the jury. If that pleases the court.
Do you want to do that now or after your next witness?
We can.
All right, I'll address a legal issue and we'll bring the jury back in when we're ready. All rise for the jury, please. Everyone can have a seat and then we'll just wait for the door to close. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
And this, I hate his acting. Like he's the worst actor that I've seen ever. Like he's like, I wanna tell something.
I'm curious.
Like he can even have a good beard. Like, you see this? I get this is like a 2 weeks, a week and a half of beard, and I trim it, but he has patches in his beard. He's weird.
Some of these, judging by the reports, how are some of these answers allowed to pass when they're coming straight from reports made by the people on the stand? Very curious.
That question makes no sense. Like he's trying to say something, but like I'm gonna listen to that question again.
How are some of these answers allowed to pass when they're coming straight from reports made by the people on the stand?
Okay, so he asked, how are the answers of the witnesses allowed to stand when they come straight from the report? The thing that Mr. Brooks has to understand is that they didn't write the report. They just, the police was asking questions, they were answering the questions, and the police wrote the report. That's how it works. So they don't remember most of the things that they said at the moment. They will need to read the report again, but they cannot do that because they didn't write it.
Very curious.
I don't understand your question. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
What I'm asking is, reading from the report,
yeah,
that the people on the stand are giving, the report that they gave to law enforcement.
Right.
If you're asking me whether there's a mechanism in the rules of evidence and how to establish that before the jury, the answer to that is yes. If you're asking me how you do that, I'm not going to answer that.
I didn't ask how. I just, to be blunt, which I've been since the beginning of this trial, obviously.
You haven't been blunt, you've been dumb. It's different.
I see the whole strategy here by the prosecution. I see right through it.
Okay.
Don't have any cross-examination, mainly because you've already schooled the people getting on the stand on how to answer certain things.
Well, that is completely speculative on your part without
It's
any
obvious.
basis in law or fact.
It's obvious.
Sir.
Yeah, you're just making a wild accusation that has no proof, no backing, it's just dumb.
You could ask questions that establish that. You can ask them if they've met with anyone. You haven't done that. So for you to say that right now is without basis.
Yeah, you could have been with a kid if you didn't like the answers. You'd be like, did someone tell you how to answer this question? You can straight up just say that.
If you want to,
It's clear.
if you are looking to elicit what they said in the report, there is a way under the rules of evidence based upon the way the witnesses have answered to clarify that. But that requires you to call certain witnesses. I'm not going to give you any more legal advice further than that.
I don't think I have to
So
call any other witnesses that's
if
not
you're
on the
asking me to
stand.
strike their testimony based on your
I didn't say
perceived,
anything
then that's
about that.
all right. Then I'm going to bring the jury back out, and you're going to call your next witness.
Yeah.
So I'm
So
not
is you-
hearing a request from you at this time. You said you wanted to raise a legal issue. What's the legal issue?
Yeah.
The legal issue is how is the state allowed to coach the
You're
people getting on the
assuming they
stand?
spoke to them and coached them.
It's obvious. I'm not stupid.
Ah. What do you guys say about that?
Well, I disagree with that, sir. Again, you could ask
All of a
questions to
sudden-
lay a foundation.
Even Judge Doro disagrees with that statement. Let's hear that again.
I'm not stupid.
Well, I disagree with that, sir. Again,
I disagree as well, Judge Doro.
you could ask
All of a
questions to
sudden-
lay a foundation
All of a sudden, the
with
state
these
don't got.
witnesses.
All of a sudden, for the first time in trial, all of a sudden now they don't got no cross. That's clearly a rush to try to get through the case. Hurry up. We just gonna let these people go.
Well, this is argument.
Come on, man.
This is argument on your part,
I
sir.
see
It
through
is
it.
pure
I just
commentary
want
at this
that on the
point.
record. I see through it.
And your
Nice try,
see-through
but I see through it.
has absolutely no basis in
Yeah,
fact.
I know that's what's being done.
You
Come
could
on, man.
ask these questions. You could
Come on,
ask
man.
these
Got the right
witnesses
one.
certain questions, and you're
I'm
not.
far from an idiot.
They're your witnesses, sir. If you believe.
So I'm gonna start asking every witness up here that they seem just to mysteriously now not have any cross for. Have they been coached to answer the way they answer? Because
Well, you can't
I
ask
find-
that, but
I
you can
find
ask
it
them
very
if they've
funny.
met with anyone ahead of
I
their
find it
testimony
very
here
funny.
today,
I find
which
it
you've
very
done
funny.
with other witnesses.
I find it very funny that these are their reports, and now all of a sudden you can. Oh, I saw the person in the car. Oh, but
Mr. Brooks,
I
this
saw
is
the
an
reach
attempt
for
by
something.
you
Oh,
to
I don't.
delay these
I don't recall
proceedings.
what they had on.
Mr. Brooks,
You can
there's
recall
no
seeing
purpose
somebody
for you
reach for
saying
something
this
and
right
don't
now.
know what they had on. I find that
All right,
very.
I'm having the jury brought
man.
out. I'm instructing you to
Come on,
avoid
man.
the commentary when the jury comes
Nah,
out, or you will
I didn't
forfeit
say-
your right to be
I didn't say
present.
nothing.
Before we do that, there's an issue that we do need to take up potential as to a witness by the name of Abel Lescano. He has prior criminal history.
Thank you.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and
The
court
defendant?
with a copy.
So that had to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was,
Yeah, that's how it was said. I'm sorry, but Susan Upper went at him with like that.
was how I said. You
The
want to run the record back?
defendant?
Mr. Brooks,
So I'm the only one. I got one.
Mr.
I got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
this
Come on,
is
man.
to benefit.
Let's listen to that again.
So that had to be.
As long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and the court.
The defendant?
a copy
So that had
of
to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how I
completely
said. You want to
disagree.
run the record back?
Mr. Brooks,
So I'm the only one. I got one. I
Mr.
got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
this
Come on,
is
man.
to benefit
Come on, man.
you so
No,
that
it's
you
not.
understand
Ain't none of
your
this to benefit
witness
me, so let's be
has
clear
a
about
prior
that.
record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice.
Nah, you did. You know what you did, Susan. We all know it.
This is the
So she had to
alleged
elevate her
record of
voice
Abel
just for
Lescano.
that.
Stop talking.
Come on, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I accept the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opera.
So can
Your
you
Honor,
tell,
I
can you
believe he
explain-
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared. And we're taking a break.
All right. And with that, with the constipated Brooks image, I'm gonna bow out. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for coming at me at my mini birthday celebration. I want to thank everyone for supporting me, for watching the videos, for hanging out, for the happy birthday wishes. We broke the record for longest stream ever in the channel. Hopefully we can do that again. And everyone's been great. I have 0 complaints. We are 5.5 hours right now. So that's a long one. That's definitely up there. But I'm grateful for everyone who came by, everyone who's here, everyone who's been hopping in and out. But yeah, I wanna thank you all. I wanna say that it's a privilege for me to be able to hang out with you and entertain you and just have a community that I can give the videos and you guys can watch them, and it becomes a cycle that I love, and hopefully I can still do this for a long time. I want to do special events. My goal is to be like popular enough then maybe we can do like some charity streams and help other people out, because that's my main goal, you know. Like sometimes I wonder why am I doing this? Like why do I get up and record, and you know, and the question that is always on my mind is because I want to help someone. I want to help people, and if I can make them laugh, if I can get them away from their problems for even a little bit, that's a win for me. And a lot of people put that on the videos, that they enjoy the commentary, that they enjoy my takes, they laugh about the weird things that I say. Like I'm always gonna remember when I saw the little head of the lady coming out of the box, and a lot of people commented that they never seen that. That's the moments that I live for. That I know that I made some people like laugh. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Recommend these videos to your friends. Like maybe we can get more subscribers, man, and hopefully we can be bigger sooner. All right. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome weekend. I'll see you guys on the next video. Bye bye.